Welcome, welcome, welcome. Thank you for being here.
Okay, so
Should we start?
yeah, I think it's try to stick to schedule as much as possible.
Yeah,
We've got
all
a
right,
big
all
day
right, all right.
today. Also, by the way, there's a demo day sign up. If anybody's expecting to present today and you haven't signed up, let's change that and sign up. So yeah, right now we have 7 teams that have signed up for demo day. If you want to be 8, 9, or 10, you definitely need to, and you should find that in the Telegram.
Shall we talk a little bit about the grayback tokens and the social tokens and the experiments that we've been doing for the past year?
Yeah.
I think it's interesting. Maybe it's a bit more advanced than the usual sub-DAO organization on the various communities.
Absolutely.
So we've been playing around for quite some time now with the Strata protocol, and we've been creating grape-backed tokens. So we use grape as the base token, and then there is a target token that is backed by grape, meaning in the beginning, the market starts with 0 grape and 0 target token, and whoever sets the curve of that backed token will exchange grape, and 1 new token will be minted. The moment that person wants to exchange back that token, the grape is going to be returned to him, and that token will be burned. In this way, we don't need to have liquidity in the markets for that back token. It makes life much simpler for the sub-DAO if they don't need to curate and provide liquidity for those tiny markets that might be experimental and might not even survive. So far, the engine has been working very, very well, and we've managed to experiment with many custom curves, because the protocol gives you the ability to actually mint the token at a always changing price. Every next token can be more expensive, every next token can be cheaper. And this applies to different kind of communities. If you want to create a product that is going to be using backed tokens for its market, then you can have a stable price with a tax when you buy that token and the tax when you sell the token, in order to have some royalties for whoever is curating that application that you're selling. If you're creating a gentleman's club, you can create the token, which will be used as an entry to that club, and in order to make sure that the club members are not going to speculate on your ticket, you can apply a very large sales tax, which will deter any speculators on the target token. Whoever wants to speculate, they should speculate through the base token, which in our case is grape. I feel that this is still in the beginning. We have so many more experiments to do in terms of curves. It's an open source. The Strata has provided everything, has opened everything, so you can go around and play with the curves, have a parabolic curve that goes to the moon after a couple of trades, or you can have a much milder curve that will never actually go to extreme values. You can create schemas that reward early adopters. You can create curves that will reward late adopters, or even you can implement an S-curve that will mimic the natural growth of a community, which is going to be slow in the beginning, really fast in its middle of its life, and again, it's going to plateau at the end. Maybe you should tell us, Dean, a little bit of what we've done already, all the tokens that exist in the AMM of Strata that Grape has built. I think it's really interesting to show the people here how we've organized the sub-DAOs and some of the experiments, the successful ones, but maybe we can mention some of the failed ones where curves just went out of control.
Yeah, and it's important to think about a lot of the different variables you brought up, the royalties, the fact that you have your own liquidity. it is a different way to structure a sub-DAO. Without this, I mean, the possibilities start to explode in your mind when you really kind of grasp what you're able to do with this. So on this page, we can see that the user can actually set the curve. This is the easiest version. There's a more complex style of setting up your own curve. The curve basically is setting what exactly will be the price for every subsequent token. So just to show that to people, we can see the swap sale. So this is an interface which allows people to swap for different grape-backed tokens. This one is called the Dean token. The first Dean token ever cost 0.01 grape. It's on an exponential curve. So now after 253 Dean tokens have been issued, the next one is going to cost 1,785. If I were to buy two...
Dean's token follows an x to the power of 2. So it's a parabolic curve. It grows really, really fast.
So here we also see that there's a royalty. You see there's a 5% royalty. When you're creating your token, you can choose the royalty. Where does that royalty go? It conceptually should go to the DAO. So what we have here is if somebody wants to go from Grape into one of these sub-DAOs that we have, one that specializes in giving feedback, one that specializes in videography or design, all these different clubs, you assign a royalty, and we philosophically think that those royalties should go into a DAO, you know, into a realm. So right now, we can, there's so many different interfaces, by the way, for Strata. There's Wumbo and there's Strata. Strata is the open source protocol, and then Wumbo is an implementation on top that lets people create their own social tokens connected to their Twitter. So I sometimes use the Wumbo site to show things a little bit, you know, cleaner in my mind. So here's a list of all tokens that are backed by Grape. These all have different use cases. So there's the Grape Access Network one. This is an example of a protocol token, an idea we have, and I'll explain it more on how you can have enduring open source contributions for you know, something that is community maintained, and I'll get into that further. Dean's List is a feedback service DAO. So we have two models really that we've seen that work so far, is a protocol DAO and then a service DAO. But again, these are using Grape as the underlying token. And you can do this with any token. You can do this with Solana. You can do this with Open. Open is the native token of Strata. And you can also do this with Grape. And we can talk philosophically about why you would want to use Grape versus Sol versus Open or something else. The Alpha Club is the gentleman's club that Chris was talking about before. Videographers, it's a group of people who create videos. We actually made one very famously in the beginning for Barn Dog, where he's on a ship with 6 people going through the metaverse with Star Atlas and Mercurial Finance. What a crazy request that was. So these are all the different coins. Now look, some of these we've never even made. I don't know who made Meme Grape, but somebody wanted to create a token that would get exposure to the Grape ecosystem, right? Like, he made this token. I don't know who this Anon is, but automatically people are at least exploring and trying to check out what this token does by virtue of it being backed by Grape and being part of this ecosystem.
And the numbers, the values next to the names of the tokens, you see there's $7,000. That's $6,600 on the GAN token. This means that behind this token there is a treasury that contains the Grape to back exactly the tokens in circulation. So you always know that that token you will be able to exchange it back for Grape. Of course, you should always pay attention to the royalties because it can be really sneaky. The Gentleman's Club, the Alpha Club, that is a sub-DAO in Grape, will actually tax you 50% if you try to leave. So you should be really, really sure if you want to join that group and spend your Grape like that.
Yeah, so we see here if somebody swaps into Alpha token from Grape, so in other words, hey, I want to be part of this Gentleman's Club. I buy the Grape, then I swap into Alpha. 5% of that grape is put into a treasury that's part of the alpha group. In other words, if you hold an alpha token, you're part of that group, you're part of that DAO. You get to vote on how that treasury is used. 5% is taken on the swap in. But let's say, you know what, I don't want to be part of these guys anymore. We can see that the royalty applied changes to 45%. So the idea is that this is not a speculative vehicle. There is literally no reason to speculate on this because you are going to lose 45% of it the moment you leave the club. And that's a philosophy that they created.
Yes, and another reason we set the royalty so high on this specific club was that we really didn't want to give an incentive to any really early member to sell his membership just because the club was successful. So let's say, since the alpha token, that Gentleman's Club token, is following an exponential curve, although it's very mild, I think it's x to the power of 1/19, something like that. It's really slow. But despite that, if it grows to over 200 people, so over 200 alpha tokens in circulation, it means that the person who bought the second, the third, or the early tokens will have an incentive to sell if we didn't have that royalty. And it makes no sense to push people that are members of a really prestigious golf club, for example, to sell their membership for profit. So it serves also as an anti-speculation mechanism, but also as a reason for early members not to sell.
Yeah, I love the game theory about it too, right? Like, the longer you stay, you're going to be having a larger influence over a larger treasury. So I'll first show the example we have for a protocol-based sub-DAO using a grape-back token. We started off with grape verification almost a year ago. That was the first thing we launched. And we were always offering it for free, both the implementation, the support, the maintenance, everything. That's obviously not something that's enduring. So now, as we're moving towards completely open sourcing it, we're creating a DAO, its own community that supports this product. So for people moving forward to use grape verification, they need to hold the GAN token. The GAN token has a curve that's flat. In other words, every single GAN token always costs 10,000 grape. The royalty going in is 5%, I believe. And then the royalty going out is 25%. The idea is that if you're leaving the network's treasury will be growing. And our vision for this is that everybody will be able to run their own grape verification, grape access node, because that really handles the scalability issue of verification. You know, right now, the Grape network has about 450,000 wallets connected to it. We probably will have massive problems if we get up to like 2 million keeping it centralized. Whereas if we want to scale, if we want Solana and all of these kind of interactions we've been setting up in Discord to scale to 1 billion people, it has to be decentralized. So this is our model to make it an enduring one where, hey, now a treasury also exists, and that treasury can be used to create bounties for development on Grape Access Network. We're going to do the same thing for our marketplace, our NFT marketplace. We're also going to do the same thing for our dashboard. Now I'll show the other version, which is a service DAO. And this one's called Dean's List. And what Dean's List does is it's a group of people who like to give feedback on different protocols, and we assemble it into a nice package. And yeah, I think it's pretty cool. So I'm going to show like the Discord real fast. So what we see on Discord.
And of course, these tokens, guys, you can use them for the verification, you can use them in realms, you can use them to gate your communities, to provide exclusivity. Anything that any SPL token would do, those tokens can do without the requirement of liquidity markets, AMMs, and all the other services.
So yeah, as Chris said, before a lot of these people were in the Grape Discord, I'm not a huge fan of Discords with 10 billion channels. It all gets a little sloppy over time. So here, because there's a separate token, we can have a separate verification process. For somebody to see anything in this server, they need to hold the Dean token. So until you hold it, you don't see anything.
Yeah, only two channels.
Yeah, the moment you do, you get to see. And we've done so far feedback for Sharkify, for Squads, for Chapter X, and we're finishing up for Gilder right now. So what we do is we first hold a bounty. The bounty happens on Wumbo or Strata, either way. And what a protocol will do is this. They'll come here, they'll say, okay, I want to have a, let's see, sanctuary. Let's say the sanctuary wants somebody to vet their process. You know, I don't have a photo right now. I'll put it another time. What I do is I create this bounty, short name, whatever, sanctuary. Sanctuary. So as somebody that's either involved in Sanctuary or a fan of Sanctuary, I've now created a bounty saying that I want the Dean's List crew to work on, you know, giving us feedback for the next week. We do this on a weekly basis. Let's see. Usually this happens. It'll have created it and not show it. At any rate, that's how you make it. Okay, just assume it worked. Right now we have 5 different bounty proposers, and we're working currently on Gilder because it contributed the most Dean token to its bounty. So we can see the contributors. I am the main contributor here, but anybody could do this, right? So it could be, you know, Steppen, for example. Steppen could say, hey, we want feedback. As a community, we want feedback. Different Steppen users could submit Dean token and try to win the bounty for that week, right? Anybody in the community can contribute to this. And then when we accept a bounty, we remove the funds from there, and then we share that with our community. So how do we decide, you know, who gets what? This is a dedicated channel where we're all giving feedback. Now, the only people who can see this channel, again, are holders of that token. And as you guys see, there's all these different pictures of squads. You don't mind if I share this? So we've, you know, everybody, like, it's very clear who's contributing. I see the names of the people, and we're putting all of the, we're all sharing different ideas about what needs to be fixed, what could be an improvement. And then what's the deliverable back to, the deliverable comes in a document form. So as a community, we've just figured out different skill sets. There's this one guy, avid learner. He's fantastic at documentation, but he's not fantastic compared to Pontes, this other community member, and these are all anons. I have no idea who these people are. Pontes is amazing at really getting into, like, which browser he used and where it works in the design. So the combination of all these people together creates a, you know, I think a fairly in-depth and professional feedback product.
And by combining all these tools and the Grapeduck tokens and the realms, you've managed to actually extract value from a group of people that otherwise wouldn't be able to provide. They're not devs, they are not designers, they're not your classic sub-DAO team. These are power users, and identifying power users that will go a step further to play around, to test programs and builds that are incomplete and full of bugs. You need, you know, a special kind of a power user, and Dean's List has managed to actually gather an amazing group.
So what happens is, if somebody wants to be part of this crew, they have to hold just one token. And then after that, if they're part of the bounty, we'll see it. And then when we discuss, okay, how we distribute as a group, we decide how we're going to distribute those tokens after.
And all these decisions can be on-chain votes connected to a realms specific to that sub-DAO that is using the Dean's List token to vote. So you have a closed ecosystem without requirement of liquidity.
And now every single one of those token holders also votes on our treasury. Now our treasury is very small. It's only being filled up with royalties on swaps. And we've never reconverted back. Like, even though I pay out, you know, we pay out each contributor in Dean token, no one's swapping the Dean token back to Grape. And every time they do that, that treasury would grow. Instead, every single bounty contributor is growing their voting power in the group. Not a single person has swapped back. As they swap back, the remaining people have more voting power over a growing treasury. So it's a really interesting game theory. I think we've covered a lot of this.
I encourage people to join Strata and experiment with the playground. You'll see that there is a more technical side of of what we've been showing you here that allows you to play around with the curves, play around with starting price, to do so many different things. And of course, you can set royalties to the base or the target token, also in buying or selling. And this is something like we really need to mention, that this is not developed by Graped in any way. We are just really good users of it, and we love what Rumbo and Strata are building, and Noah, of course. And we've managed to discover a brave new world that requires less maintenance in terms of markets.
Yeah, that's pretty much it. Thank you, and we'll take some questions.
Can you change the curve after you create the token?
We've been promised that this is gonna soon be ready. Currently, we can change the curve, but there's going to be a curve adjuster that is being developed.
So what you can do today is you can set up two phases of a curve. You can say for the first X amount of either sales or amount of time, it'll have curve 1, and then after a milestone, it then switches to a curve 2, right? So say we wanted to issue a token only to people who were here. We would say, okay, for the next 30 minutes, all of these tokens are going to be, 0.0001. And then after that 30 minutes, every other token's going to cost 1,000.
And we'll follow an exponential curve, for example. So we can have a flat curve for 10 minutes and then exponential one for the rest of time.
And there's just so many variables to play with, right? Like then again, you've got the royalties that we mentioned before. So that's one thing you can do with Curve. Another thing you can do is you can use Strata as a way to do something like a Constitution DAO, where everybody would purchase the Constitution DAO token, and then you can empty the treasury that's backing all of those tokens. So it's basically a crowdsourcing vehicle. The implementations we've used, it's not a crowdsourcing vehicle because it allows people to swap back. But in that model, you would be going one way in, and then once there's enough funds to purchase whatever asset you want, the treasury would be drained, and then everybody it would purchase the asset, and then everybody would have a fractional ownership over that asset.
Yeah, lots of current SPL tokens could be Solana-backed tokens, and it would solve lots of problems, and we would have less rugs, less issues like that, just because the number you see on your AMM is the maximum amount of tokens in circulation, and all of them are backed, and it's verifiable.
One of the best things that I've discovered from this is you get a lot of visibility into sub-DAOs. Like now, we can put a numerical value on feedback within Grape, because now there's actually a dollar value connected to it. It's like this is the demand, this is the value of people being part of that group. Whereas within a large Discord and a large DAO, those metrics would just be impossible to extrapolate. Like you would never be able to figure that out. Another advantage is that you can really just focus on one thing to do very well. So the Grape main DAO has actually put out a bounty. I'm definitely not a fan of the picture that this DAO board member chose, but yeah, he wants us to do an analysis of the Grape access network, Grape verification, and he put six Dean token. That's why I put 6.1 for Noah, because I'm like, screw you, man. You gotta put a serious picture.
Yeah, wrong picture.
Put a serious picture. You're a DAO board member, for heaven's sakes. But that's how decentralized we are. I can't, I can't even stop it. Like, So yeah.
Yeah, guys, you should really explore those models and empower and give direction to the people building those, because they are all these things are from the future. Really, there's not a lot of implementation, current implementation, and in order to push all these builders towards the right direction, we need users. So just dive in, play around, make mistakes. Solana is cheap, and it's just really, really easy. And the documentation is very rich when it comes to Strata.
Yeah, again, anybody can do this. So like think of it as another way for somebody who has no money but wants to accumulate grape. You would create a coin, it wouldn't cost anything, and you would say, I'm going to offer service XYZ, or I want to create a club that does whatever, and the moment that begins, for people to be part of that club or get your service, they need to, supply grape for your token, and then you can choose, what you do with it. You can either be applying a royalty to start, generating some sort of treasury, or you could automatically swap it back to grape after it's been given to you. But it's a way for people to, accumulate and get deeper into a community without having to put any capital as well. So that's pretty cool.
Yeah, and I'm sure there's a bunch of use cases that we haven't explored yet. So yeah, help us out. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next up is Corinne with Multisig.
Is there a way to? I only want the play, but I want to have my notes. Yes. If I have play, it's on both.
It's on both on the, but
Yeah,
when
like-
you have the notes, right?
But this also shows here, like I cannot go back to.
What if you some way around?
If I play.
If you swipe with 3 fingers to get to another desktop? No, right? Then to notes, maybe?
Well, they're not here. That's awesome. Well,
But
do
you can
that
have,
way.
you can have just the window on the other screen. Yeah, like that. Yeah, no, that was right. That was right.
There you go. Never mind. It's gonna do that.
Maybe full screen.
Yeah,
Just
I will.
full screen. That works,
Well,
right?
they have presenters.
No, it's okay.
But it's. Cool. Let's start with that. Thank you.
Okay, cool. You're welcome.
So, hi, good morning, everyone. I'm Corinne. I work at BCB Group and currently contribute to Realms. Today I'm going to talk about multi-signature DAOs. So who here has created their DAO from scratch and Realms? So everyone, I can give you back half an hour. So yeah, what are we going to talk about? What is a DAO, or who should create a DAO? On Realms, we really try to empower communities to manage their own DAOs, set up their own DAOs, and currently we only have a multi-signature wizard, and we're integrating new wizards to make it easier and accessible to create a DAO, and that's what I'm mainly working on with Jonathan. So we want to go to the next slide, and that's obviously not working. Can we go here? Awesome. Apparently not. Let me quickly zoom out and have a view. Navigator. Huh? Yeah, but like I can keep my notes open in that case. So we're also integrating a wizard for NFT communities to create their own DAOs and governance DAOs to create, which has more detailed instructions. We can link to a Twitter account or have directly their own DAO logo online, and we're soon launching that. But from now, let's create our own DAO. Here we go. And because presentations are not stressful enough, we're going to make a live presentation. As you can see, I'm connected to my wallet, and I'm on DevNet. And we created DAO. And I'm going to choose the multi-signature template. And I'm just going to call it AthensDAO. So the approval quorum is nice to maybe start at 60%. It's, I would say, recommended to start a bit more conservative and secure and get a bit more flexible over the time your community grows, and you can always adapt to your own needs and change the configuration. By default, the voting duration is on 3 days, and we can always add more members. One thing to keep in mind, you cannot actually remove a DAO member when they have their own token, so only they themselves can burn a token. One of the cool things we're integrating, or Sebastian is integrating, is a membership concept, so nobody's actually... What is happening? Sorry, it disconnected. Great, we're back. So we're integrating the membership protocol that individuals don't actually hold tokens. So the DAO knows who has access rights and who can have governance power to vote. We create a test DAO, and at the moment I'm the only member because it's way easier to have an anarchistic voting protocol for now. Great. I believe we already have an AthensDAO, so let's try something else. Great, so welcome to AthensDAO. From here on, you can see the Treasury. And first we have to create a new Treasury account. And this launches our DAO wallet. So from there on, we can have multiple new token accounts within our Treasury. And we also have an NFT wallet that you can see straight away here, but they're all going into within the same sub wallet, I would assume. So if we want to actually deposit or send NFTs, I can directly deposit NFTs from my wallet. You can choose that cute little monkey here. And we're gonna approve a lot of transactions today. And now you can see this NFT is in our AthensDAO wallet. But what is if we want to add a new token account? So we can also have multiple different currencies or tokens here. I'm going to use definite MDOs. And from here on, if we were to have more mangoes, you can directly continue if we're gonna do that. Where is my mouse? Love that. So going from here to view my treasury, and I copy the address, and I can send some mangoes. That's a little much. Would be nice. And now I should have. You can see 10 definite MGOs. So I can actually from here on create an investment. Adrian has more elaborated on that yesterday, so you can propose to actually deposit the mangoes of your own DAO token wallet to trade on Mango. So I'm not going into that. And we can also create our own programs. For now, I have deployed my own programs. So that means I am the author and I have the authorization rights. And if I create a proposal, I'm writing over the authority to the DAO. And that's a great way for DAOs to interact with Solana blockchain and send and sign transactions. So I'm going to use my own deploy program. And we're going to create that. And let's create a proposal. Cool. So you can see one of the programs here. You can continue to upgrade or close the buffers. And only the governance or the DAO themselves have now the authority. So you always have to vote if you were to upgrade your program. As we're just one person here, you can always add more members. But before I'm going to do that, it's going to get a bit tricky because I would like to actually have more voting power than the other person because it's just the two of us. So you can create a new proposal, and we want to add, I want more governance votes. So if I wouldn't have, or if I would have created added a new member and approved a new member, I couldn't actually continue because the voting quorum needs to exceed 60%. So I always have to change to a different account, and that would be a bit annoying. So let's approve this proposal or vote yes for it. And then we have to execute our program or our instructions. Make another transaction. No. Here we go. Great. So if I refresh now, and connect, I can deposit my tokens. And I have 11 votes now. That's great. And now let's create a new member. So this creates another proposal for me to vote on. I'm gonna vote yes. Cool, and now we have 2 members. So our initial initiative with Dean was to create AthensDAO, but we would like to start our own NFT community, so people have their own NFT, and he's gonna take it from there to start AthensDAO. I'm happy to take some questions. We're always looking for people who like to document this process a bit more and engage the community to make it more accessible to start their own DAOs.
Hi, thanks for the demo. I've been playing around with Realms recently. A lot of the steps are kind of, you go through the same thing. You create a proposal, you vote on it. I was wondering if there were plans to kind of bundle these things together, so you kind of create a proposal and vote on it with your community tokens all at once, that sort of thing.
So I think the idea of a DAO is not to be only one person. So if I create a proposal and it's only me, obviously it makes sense, I can vote, I'm gonna execute it. But if we're 100 people,
maybe just create and vote?
you create, but you still have to vote. And maybe then you're still not decisive enough to actually execute it. So it just gives you more power and control for your community, because some changes you want to integrate might impact a lot of things. But yeah, I'm happy to hear Sebastian's opinion on that, whether to make that quicker.
Yeah, we actually have a change that you can do this in one step. Because sometimes I think, especially if we think about as a multi-sig, like a core primitive of a DAO, that like a building block, that and you want to create like a smaller groups with authority, then yes, if you have enough power to create the proposal and approve it and execute, that can be one step, right? So there is actually a PR for that.
I know the answer, but I want your opinion from your experience. As you said, once you give out the council tokens, you can't really get them back. How do DAOs deal with these issues? Do they need to dilute the council in order to get their the proposal, the direction they want to?
Yeah, so there are a few things you can work around that, I would assume. So yeah, like a DAO cannot exclude members that hold their own council token, because they themselves can burn the token. One way to work around that, yes, is to dilute the network and just drop everyone else more voting powers, and the other person has no more, or like no say anymore, because they don't have enough governance tokens. And the cool thing I mentioned that Sebastian is integrating the membership protocol, so individuals don't actually vote with their token nor with their NFT. So if you want to elaborate on how that fully works to give it more detail.
Yeah, sure.
better.
Essentially, the change that we are working on is to make it as an optional choice that the membership tokens won't be transferable. Right? So only you would never get them to your wallet. If you are the member, they will be deposited directly into the RAM, and then only the DAO will have authority to either give more tokens or take them away. So yes, that will be an option, and you will be able to enable this for any DAOs. Yes, that's because that's power to the people. But well, there are downsides. Having pros and cons of every solution. For example, if you want to have recurring changes to your council, you can kind of as a councilor, you can delegate to somebody else by giving the token, right? And that would be more difficult, right? If you have fixed membership. So this is why it will be a choice. Great choice.
Great. Thanks so much for your time.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay, next up we have growing awareness around DAOs with Emon, Barndog, Stepan, and Greg. All right.
Awesome. Hello, everyone. We are here talking about growing awareness of DAOs, and I think growing awareness means a couple of different things depending on the audience that we're thinking about. Part of it is growing awareness within Web3. How do we enhance the awareness of our DAO ecosystem, Solana DAO tooling across the crypto landscape? Oftentimes we hear when we talk to folks, hey, I didn't even know Solana had DAOs, had DAO tooling, has a DAO framework, let alone all of these amazing projects that are here today. And so question one is, how do we as an ecosystem work to bridge that gap? The second question, though, and I think Barndog's experience will be really relevant to this, is how do we actually bridge the gap from Web 2 as well? How do we make DAOs the starting point for a Web 2 user who's maybe not even looking to come into crypto, but through the power of community, through the power of these organizational structures, starts participating in crypto in maybe a unique to crypto way, and in such a way that they don't even realize they're interacting with an underlying blockchain. So that's kind of the context for this conversation. And I'd love to start with both of you just briefly introducing yourself. We've heard from me, we've heard from Stepan. So maybe Greg, you can start, and then we'll go to Barndog.
So good to be here. I'm Greg Miller, CTO of Toker Labs. So we're open finance for real-world assets. We were one of the winners of the Riptide Hackathon, and our consumer app just got SEC qualification last week. So we just think that fundamentally, real estate should be a globally accessible, liquid marketplace, and we're building tools and experiences to enable that. So that's my background.
Greg actually joined me for the first run this week, and I know he can run and talk at the same time, so you can see he's at least fit as well. Barndog, so I joined Grape last year. I was there before it got tokenized. And I love the energy and how Dean and Wales actually, they reward energy. So one thing that we need to think about is when you get the people that come into the system is don't bottleneck it, allow them to do what they do. I'm a unique character, I'm an Aussie. I think of things differently. I come from a heavy industry of background of mining and construction, and I'm a computer gamer. That's, for me, I'm a retail computer gamer, played World of Warcraft for 10 plus years, probably have 2 years of played time, and that actually was my exit and entry into crypto. I needed something to stop playing 9 World of Warcrafts at once, and that was crypto. So started on Binance, moved on to Solana very quickly, seeing the Solana gaming side of it, the TPS, the ability for it to be a gaming blockchain, and no one was really concentrating on the small games. It was all 1 or 2 big games, and there was 15 building out last year when I started. Now we've got hundreds. So, you know, I spent a bit of time with Andrea from Grants, and they get 300 projects a month that they look at Solana. So he's bottlenecked where he has to have people help him and stuff like that. There's all these great teams building out, but there's a problem of getting these teams access to come out of the community and stuff. But for me, yeah, Grape has been an amazing part. That's the reason I'm here in Athens to start off with. We just tied on a run, and we're doing that at Botanical Gardens, and a big shout out to TakiSol for making that happen. So I love what we've done at Grape, how we've managed to get some really great, amazing games and developers, and most of those people are all smarter than me sitting in a room. So it's awesome. At the same time, they've got a product, they want to talk about their game, they want to see it. We are in an exciting space where you can watch from the games that have been built from the 1980s up until now, all hyperspeed is what blockchain gaming is. And how do we make all that better? How do we get more people into the space? And very, very lucky with Stepan that I kind of found them after a hackathon. And it was not love at first sight. It took a bit of time to get into it, but once I went deeper and deeper and stuff like that, the team's awesome, the game's awesome, and this is something that's 1/3 of the people are now crypto natives. So it is something that 800,000 daily active users, it's something that can really bring in people. And announcements this week, there's a 3rd blockchain possibly, and all these kinds of things. It's bringing people into the ecosystem, which benefits the whole crypto space, and hopefully Solana as well.
Awesome. Thank you for that introduction. And with Stepan, I'd love to start there. So 800,000, I think you said weekly active users. I think I know the answer to this. Daily active users, even better. I think I know the answer to this, but in your opinion, you know, what portion of these daily active users are kind of new to crypto folks? And if it is a sizable portion, what do you think Stepan has done to manage to convert so many new to crypto folks over to crypto?
So at the moment, nearing 1 million, you know, that's large numbers. And where it's coming into onboard new people, so Web 2.0 is, it's a very basic game. 10 minutes a day, you get outside, you walk, you jog, you run. There's people that do this as a daily. There's people that do all these crazy marathons and super marathons, and Spartathlon comes out of Athens, you know, starts out at Sparta. But there's already people that do this. You've got billions of people in the world, and everybody walks, everybody moves, and now they've just tokenized it and made a game out of it. And the gameplay is very, very in-depth. That's what's really hooked me into it properly, is that you can talk to an average user, then you can talk to a gamer, and then you talk to someone like me, and you just go kind of, wow, this guy's on crack. He loves it. So when I come from 9 World of Warcrafts, you know, I need that trigger, I need that gameplay to go with it, and it's something that's basic. It all starts from 10 minutes a day, but then it's got layer upon layer upon layer, and it's not just about the money, it's about a full product. The health, the fitness, the mental health, these are things that people, because it's a crypto game and started from crypto, you've got a lot of people that see the GST price goes down and it's very high on Binance, the alternative, and things like that. But at its core, it's a fitness app. It's an app that's designed to get your changing attitudes to change that action. So once you start moving 10, 20 minutes a day, you do that for a period of 2 to 4 weeks, that changes your habit. That will become a habit that you want to do every single day, and then your body's going to be telling you to go out and do it. It doesn't mean you need the app to force you to do it. It's just tokenise it and giving it a value for doing it at the same time.
Awesome. And then last question on Stepan before we get to this Stepan. For you, with these new users coming over from Web 2, what is the typical journey to finding out about Stepan and coming on board? You know, I met someone who's here who knew nothing about DAOs, really knows nothing about crypto, saw a TikTok post about Stepan, downloaded it, and now is doing Stepan full time. It's basically become his job. You know, is it word of mouth? Is it channels like TikTok? How are these Web 2 folks finding out about Stepan?
That's a lot of it. And Logan, he's been with us the last couple of days. 21 travelled from Canada to Athens, and it's amazing. This will be an experience for his life he'll never take away. But how do they find out about it? All of the usual parts. The problem's not finding out about it, the problem's educating them and giving them sources. How do we set up a wallet? How do we join the game? What do we do with the wallet? people might want to cash out, they might want to swap their GST into USDC, and they're like, well, what do I do with it now? That's what we really need to encourage and teach the people is make sure there's a lot of scams. People are worried about crypto already. A lot of FUD surrounding crypto and blockchain and all that. So they're already nervous. Then they see people getting scammed, and then they see all these things. So it's about bringing them in safely is the important part. So YouTube, TikTok, we're starting to pump into Strava now. And Strava is the biggest app around the world for runners and cyclists. That's big. That's where you start going mainstream. So Stepan was more worried about, not worried, it started from the crypto natives. If the crypto natives don't understand it, how are the average users going to understand it? So you need a user base of people that can help the onboarding of the next user base of people. So a lot of people have been promoted this week in Discords. The Discord server's over 500,000. Sorry, it was 500,000, so it's locked out. They opened up a second Discord. Once you start hitting those kinds of numbers, you go, well, that's crazy, and then what happens from there? So it's big numbers and stuff, but it's the reason they started from the crypto native was to be able to make sure they could educate the next users. You can't bring in people into a complicated system, but now we've got this 6 months of gaming, and you've got people that can play the game and know the game, but then we get all these new active updates to it, and this is where the gaming side of it becomes a bit of a beast for me, and I love it.
Awesome. I really like the notion of starting with the crypto natives and then using them as the onboarding vehicle for Web2 folks. With squads, you guys have over 2,000 squads on the platform, primarily smaller teams. Are these folks mostly crypto native folks, or some of them Web2 folks? And just in general, what has been the key to sort of building that basis, that foundation of smaller teams coming and trying out squads?
I think definitely the majority is Web3 natives. That's because the ecosystem was looking for sort of like a multi-sig solution at some point. For many, they used individual wallets, centralized exchanges to custody team funds or to coordinate on team level. So it seemed like that kind of initial step was necessary, and so now it's and our focus as well in terms of marketing, content generation was focused on internally on the ecosystem. But I think we are starting to think about Stepan is a good inspiration for that, right? Thinking about how you can leverage Solana's strength to actually bring in people that are not Web3 natives at all, right? And so we're kind of thinking about it from a legal perspective on off-ramps support, and so kind of showing that squads can be this very easy onboarding layer for the Solana ecosystem. If you want to jump into building on Web3 and you're trying to choose a chain, come to Solana, and it's going to be really easy if you just spin up a squad. I think that's one of the sort of narratives we are looking at. But I think right now it's mostly internal.
Yeah. And so when you say leveraging sort of the advantage that Solana has to onboard those new users, what do you have in mind when you say that?
Well, I mean, obviously the basics that it's high transaction throughput and that it's the transaction prices are low. I think that's kind of the main one. I think that allows us to obviously sort of minimize the cost for organizing all of your sort of on-chain activity that you need to do as a team. So in some other chains that would be more complicated from that onboarding perspective if the entry barrier was higher. I do think that in general so for squads, it's the idea that we can bring more things on chain, we can automate more things, we can make them sort of more transparent. And then kind of thinking as well whether, a multi-sig can sort of be like a backend for more, Web2 facing applications that can deal with payroll or managing your sort of internal tasks and so on. I think what Stepan has done for Orca is also very interesting, right? Because Orca is sort of the backend for swaps and Stepan, and the volume and the TVL because of that is supposedly massive, right? So I think that's also something which is a great example how you can leverage Solana's infrastructure and then the primitives built on top of it to actually bring it to the application layer through some killer app.
Awesome. And then Greg, on your side of things, what is the thesis here around these real world assets, real estate, and then for you in terms of target customer base? Are you looking at the Web2 user, or is it more the crypto native user that you're going after?
Yeah, so real estate fundamentally has been one of the largest drivers of net worth for multiple generations. So as an asset class, it performs phenomenally well. It's usually not very correlated with the stock market. Tons of reasons to invest. So it's just as a class, and an investment option, it's just a great choice. Not to mention it's where we, everybody needs, real estate options. It's where we, work and live. So to speak about our customer base, it is fundamentally a Web 2 audience, actually. Our consumer app is targeted at the TradFi space. We're turning $1 into 1 share of real estate equity. And so those people come in with bank accounts. These are Web 2 users. And actually, part of our onboarding process, we partnered with Web3 Auth, and we spin up Solana wallets for every single user. We think this space is moving to the most efficient exchange will be in the DeFi space, and so we need to give these people wallets. But these are people that come in, they're not even aware this is happening. I think that's part of what we have to do. And I think Barn Dog's actually a really interesting example. Is like, he's there for the product, right? And you're seeing these Web 2 users, fight to create wallets because the product is so good. And so we're trying to do a similar thing, right? Like, get people into the ecosystem, give them a wallet, and then eventually we'll be able to provide a ton of value. And this will be an obvious thing looking backwards that, like, being in the Solana ecosystem is a smart place to be.
Awesome. And you're focusing on the TradFi user, the Web 2 user. How are they finding out about Toker? What is kind of the onboarding flow for them?
Yeah. So I mean, we're doing outbound marketing. We're also providing real estate developers that partner with our platform. We're essentially a marketplace, tools for them to be able to let our audience know that they have deals coming online. We have like a Instagram with an invest button type feel. So real estate developers can market themselves and become their own ambassadors. So that's kind of how we give them the tools to be able to promote themselves. So we're trying to do a similar model with letting our users promote what we're doing is kind of that's where the value creation is going to happen. So let them give them the tools to be able to get them into our ecosystem.
Great. And so given all three of your experiences, I'm curious to hear, as we think about bridging this gap for Web 2 users into DAOs specifically, and maybe the answer is, hey, there's a different starting point in Web 3 that a Web 2 user has to go to first before they start getting involved in a DAO. But let's just say we wanted to create that lineage straight to a DAO for Web 2 users, for a Web 2 user. What are the ways of going about that? Does it have to be this marquee DAO, like a Constitution DAO that gets a lot of PR and that's kind of a user's first step? Is it kind of leveraging existing communities like Facebook communities, converting those into DAOs? Is there some other way? Just given your experiences, I'm curious to hear.
Well, in our experience, right after Constitution DAO happened, the DAO season kind of began. Like, it became really on top of everybody's minds. And in our Discord, 90% of requests about sort of asking, like, how do we start a DAO, what do we do, was really connected to the idea that it allows you, to do crowdfunding really easily without any sort of constraints or, kind of legal ramifications, I guess. And so that was like the major driver. And then it seemed like, people were looking for a mission for their DAO just because they really wanted to do the fundraise, which was, I guess it's a natural, effect after Constitution DAO did really well. I do think that case studies are great because they kind of showcase, people came together, found a mission for themselves, fundraised, and then did something, or tried to do something in the Constitution DAO situation. So I think that's probably from my experience, seems to be the best one. But again, it's kind of a chicken and egg situation as well, right? Like ideally you'd have a mission first and decide to organize around it, and not kind of do it, from the other side.
Yeah, I guess one interesting thing that we're doing in our DeFi space is it's a product called Full Stack that allows people to place capital. It's much like Solend, but you end up investing into a real estate fund. And the process of going about that, we actually wrap it where you end up joining a DAO. And the reason we do that is you need a legal off-ramp into the real world. Should things happen, right? The real world is very messy. You need a way to enter the court system, and as Kyle and Jose talked about earlier in the week, right? DAOs, now that we have a legal structure, allow that to kind of take place. But I think it'll be really interesting, in our case, people are not joining a DAO to invest in real estate. They just want to place capital in real estate, and they end up joining a DAO as a byproduct. So I think we're going to end up having these kind of use cases where people will end up becoming part of these, DAO ecosystems. We'll onboard them there without them, wanting to seek a DAO to do a thing. They're just going to want to do something and have this utility that DAOs and their kind of like legal structure bring into the real world.
There's, I guess, rewarding effort is a good part of it, but most of the people Web 2.0 aren't going to know about DAOs, so it's early, isn't it? One of the biggest things we've heard over the last week is that we need more people, we need more work, we need to reward that work, but just slowly keep doing what we're doing. Make it aware. You're going to onboard, if we're onboarding 30% new users into crypto through something like Stepan, then they're coming into crypto, they're curious people. These are daily active users. These are people that are getting outside with a phone and a GPS and earning crypto. So they're not a bot, they're a person, they're a real person. And we see an example today where we've got someone that's travelled from Canada to come to Greece for Stepan, and now he's learnt about DAOs. So it is actually a really perfect use case of it. Now he's going to travel to Paris and do the Paris event there. And we've only just started, realistically, even from my side of it. It's very complicated crypto. The average user won't get it, but there's going to be so many workforces behind it. Look at Grape, for example, Grape Protocol. It's a tokenized community. You've got videographers, designers, you've got people like me that just do AMAs and talk about games and interview gamers and teams. So really what we're doing is good, make people more aware, bring it out into the public and do it safely, onboard the people, give them the knowledge and empower them to make changes. So what we've seen with Realms, squads, all these things, it makes it easier for them. That's the hard thing. Bringing in a crypto native doesn't want the complications that are crypto at the moment. Like it's very hard and daunting at the start. Just slowly ease them in and they'll find they might join a DAO that they really love. I found Grape, and if it's just investing in real estate to start off with, they might actually found, holy shit, I enjoy this, and they go a lot deeper and start to explore. They're the minds that we definitely want in the industry.
Yeah, we were having this debate at dinner last night when we talked about kind of this Web 2 conversion into DAOs in terms of why does someone in Web 2 even get involved in crypto in general, let alone DAOs, and what are some of those vectors? And one of the vectors we kept coming back to was the promise of financial gain. It's with an NFT, you're hoping that NFT price goes up, you make some money. DeFi, sort of same idea. Even with Stepan, it's not just, hey, go on a walk, it's hey, go on a walk and earn while you do so. Whereas DAOs, I think the financial link is a little bit more tenuous. It's hard to see that direct correlation. So one, do we feel like that direct correlation needs to be there to really get that mass adoption? And two, if we do feel like that is a prerequisite, is there some way that we should be thinking about incorporating that into the dynamic of DAOs? Or maybe we say, hey, it's the ease at which you can come and be a contributor and make some cash on the side. So I'm curious to hear if you guys have any thoughts on that front.
Sure. Yeah, I think you have to start with aligning incentives, right? Like, and I think the project Leslie talked about yesterday with Moonlit is a perfect example of this, right? Like, people will want to become members of DAOs because they're aligning, their skill set with an ability to be able to, to make money, right? People are always going to try and optimize their time and energy. So I think, fundamentally, one way or another, that could be social capital, it could be financial capital, but absolutely, you have to, there has to be value on the back end of joining a DAO, and that would, whether it be financial, making money, or the social capital that comes with being part of the community and member.
Yeah, and I think I kind of agree. I think like those things act as like a very good sort of glue for the community to come around and stay there. Like we've seen a lot of DAOs that just have the vibes and just have the good energy between them, but don't actually do anything, right? And I think those are just not sustainable. So I do think like those incentives are important. At least if we lived in a world where everything like was run by DAOs and like it was very far along in advance, then that probably we can discuss kind of taking it to a different stage. But I think right now, having those incentives in place just really helps to grow the awareness, I guess.
For the incentives, it's hard. Talking about the NFT flipping, DeFi and all that, there are a lot of people that just want to get rich quick. Last year we saw the NFT flip culture of Solana and it really hurt, I think, gaming all round. And this year there's a lot of games that are struggling with mints and all of that because they're building out. But a lot of people will come in, and giving them incentives is very good, but are those incentives sustainable to be rewarding the players? Not always, but it is a good way to at least monetize their time. So time is one of the biggest things in crypto that we have a lack of, personally, and earning something for your reward. But we are getting people that are going, wow, we've got a chance to help govern, we've got a chance to pick the direction of this project, and I think that's important. So it's not necessarily always about the reward, but that reward in that sense would be having a voice and an opinion in a climate where, you know, everyone has different opinions on governments and where they are, and this is, you know, decentralised is good. It's hard when it then comes into being decentralised and how many votes and how they're all weighed up, and that is aligned to money in crypto. But definitely, I think, but there's a lot of curious people out there that will happily join into the systems and the ecosystems. If they're onboarded properly, they'll love to join into DAOs and find out about it, and that's good.
And I think like, yeah, sorry, I think like also the autonomy, like the word autonomous there, I think also is really important to many people, that like they don't actually rely on anyone else, and that it's like their, you know, sense of ownership and sort of togetherness, which is kind of like makes them feel, you know, I'd rather contribute here and be part of that. So maybe it's not just about like economic incentives at that stage as well. So I think, yeah, that probably is another layer to that.
Yeah, I think that's a great point. So we've spent a lot of time talking about kind of the Web 2 conversion into DAOs. I want to switch gears into kind of Web 3 awareness, knowledge of the, you know, the Solana ecosystem, DAO ecosystem. If you look at NFTs, more and more we see folks who maybe were traditionally minting NFTs on Ethereum now saying, hey, Solana could be a better place to do that. Whereas I think the same hasn't happened in the DAO space, where there's still really that lack of awareness of our tooling, of our ecosystem. And so how can we bridge that gap? You know, how can, and maybe we say, hey, no, we're okay to just be heads down right now. We don't need to be proactively trying to bridge that gap. But, you know, if we were to try and thought it was valuable to bridge that gap, what are some ways that we could do that?
Yeah, so interesting, you know, discussion here. I think innovation is always going to outpace education. I think the per unit of time, the best thing we can do is keep building right now, right? Like build what, you know, make realms, you know, even more improved, right? Allow teams to be able to utilize those things, fork it, make new products, and if the products are good enough, people will find them and use them. So I think right now, you know, especially in this market, the best thing we can do is just continue to be heads down and build, and then, you know, bring onboard people to the community that, you know, are going to be, you know, ambassadors of this stuff, right? Like I mean, you know, like Stepan has found an incredible partner in Barn Dog to be able to go out and tell everybody about this thing. So I think, you know, building is kind of the core of what we need to do, and then great products will, you know, incentivize people to come in and use them and then generate awareness. But I think it starts fundamentally with you know, products.
To say to that, and this is part of the problem, is that there's so many teams that are heads down building, there's a lack of communication. So you might have a lot of games that don't know about the DAO structures that are built, and they're doing their own DAO systems. So there's a lot of tools that are being built that are great for them to be able to use, but they're building independent DAOs and spending a lot of their own dev time when that could be better put into their game, their product. We're seeing a lot of games thinking they need to build a metaverse, but instead they could be concentrating on joining other metaverses and looking at building their projects. So there's a lack of, I've seen it in different DAOs through the gaming side of it, where they don't have ideas of how do we build a DAO. It's still very early, isn't it? So to keep building is good, but we need to communicate it with the developers and the other teams, the projects that are developing, and do more of these, more hacker houses, make people more aware, more spaces, I guess. Spaces are hard because everyone's head down and building, so it's a double-edged sword, isn't it, really? I guess we're too concentrating on what we're doing. We've got to make sure we open up to see what others are doing and take those successes to utilise their products rather than having to try and rebuild it and do the same thing twice.
I think like the reason we like at this stage focusing on multi-sig squads is because it feels like we're solving existing pain points for teams that are already building stuff on Solana and kind of running into them. With DAOs, I think it's more complicated, right? Because like we don't want to, you want to solve existing problems, but when you realize that you don't really know what a DAO really is, like what the structure really will look like for each community, it sometimes is harder. I think like the best thing that we can do is kind of respond to existing communities and DAOs and like not try to make them have a certain structure because we have the tools, but rather respond with the right tools to what they need internally to organize that, you know, in the way that they want to organize, right? So I think we need to walk that balance. Definitely making people more aware of the tools that exist, I think is important. I think those kind of events that, you know, we've done the last few days, I think those really help. Yeah, but again, I guess case studies is probably the best one, right? Like showcasing that, you know, these guys have done that, they use those tools, and it worked. That probably is like the best marketing that you can have. Yeah.
To your point, Barndog, around teams being very heads down, communication between teams maybe lacking because everyone's just focused on building. One of the things that I think is really interesting about our DAO ecosystem is how tight-knit we all are. You know, we're all in the same room, we're all in the same Telegram channels. We all are kind of working together toward the same mission. And you know, I spoke a little bit in my presentation earlier this week about, you know, the rising tide lifts all boats. Are there ways that we as an ecosystem can come together to really try to lift that tide and leverage the power of kind of the tight-knitness that we have to do more in lifting that tide?
Well, I think like definitely from, yeah, I mean, information is key here, right? Like we all talk to different communities, to different teams, to different DAOs, and I think having that kind of shared knowledge of where the ecosystem is going from, you know, user perspective of the tools that we're building, I think that's probably the most important thing we can do. And then obviously, you know, coordinating on the tooling integration level, how it all kind of connects in a one, you know, streamlined package.
Yeah, I also think that you see this in every innovation cycle where at the beginning, people are very cooperative, right? Like even direct competitors, it's still useful. You look at their product, you're like, that's sweet, right? Like we want both to win. And eventually, a couple years later, right, it's the opposite. It's very competitive. So I think right now we are, you know, and should be in the cooperation mode, right? You want everybody in this space, to your point about rising tides, raise all ships, you know, we need to know other people doing similar things in space and cross-promote and, you know, kind of, you know, be as cooperative as possible, because this will be limited time. At some point, it's not going to be like this. So, got to take advantage of it in the early cycle of this space.
Yeah, I like the idea about the case studies, but even events like this help, because now there's several projects I've seen for the presentations that make me think about what I'm doing with that as an ambassador of STEPN, and it allows me to take other ideas to other areas and even other games across Solana. So there's that awareness and seeing it, and exactly that, being cooperative and passing on and looking at successful cases and going from there.
Last question on my end, and then we can open it up to the audience questions. So this notion of, you know, case studies have come up a few times. Constitution DAO being this kind of big pillar that people look to, drove a lot of DAO activity. STEPN in the same way, you know, this one product bringing in a ton of new users into crypto. Is there a way for us to try to like incentivize these sort of Constitution DAOs or these marquee DAOs on Solana, or is it purely an organic thing that once someone has that idea, you know, there should be a groundswell of activity, and all of a sudden someone has that idea and it sort of comes about organically? Or is there something we could proactively be doing to try to promote more of those case study type DAOs?
There's grant systems in there now, DAO grant systems. That's one where people can go off and hack and solve problems that are put out.
You even saw it in the last presentation with, or two presentations ago with Dean talking about it, right? Like you could create these interesting kind of token incentives to try and get people to create sub-DAOs specifically for, you know, promotion and those things. So I think again, like fundamentally you have to align the incentives, but now we've got the tools to be able to do this effectively and organize effectively. So I think it'll be really interesting. I would be surprised if in a year from now there aren't, you know, new models for being able to you know, promote effectively tying it back to, you know, some reward system.
Yes, I think that's definitely all important. That, though, I think tackles it from, again, kind of tooling side, saying, you know, here are the tools that we built, come create a DAO around them. I think considering how many NFT communities we've got on Solana, and I think there's going to be more in the coming sort of weeks and months, an interesting way to go about it maybe could be to see, you know, because those DAOs right now, like they they have different focus, and potentially routing them in a direction where, you know, they can have a more complex organizational structure and have like, you know, basically help them to realize the vision that they might not yet actually have, but kind of show them the different possibilities that they can have with, you know, the tools that we provide. I think like that's probably another approach to do, right? It's like to go out to existing DAOs or communities that haven't really DAOified and just kind of try and talk to them and see where we can take them forward with what we've built.
Yeah, I really like that. And I think part of it too, that your point on case studies is a great one. Just highlighting even the DAOs that exist within Solana now and get people thinking about, hey, what's possible in using a DAO structure? Let me see what other communities have done. And one of the things we're doing is thinking through, hey, are there dedicated podcasts, like a How I Built This series about folks in their DAOs? Are there dedicated marketing channels we can go through to promote a lot of the activity we already have in this space to spur new thought, new innovation to come into it? So we'll pause there panel-wise. Any questions from the audience on this topic?
This, I guess, can go to each of the three of you. If I have one link to send to someone who doesn't know anything about DAOs on Solana, what's the one link that you send them to? And this is assuming that they're a Web 2 user, not a Web 3 user. I assume each of you will have different answers.
Is that specifically about DAOs on Solana in terms of like tooling, in terms of, you know, which DAOs exist?
They know nothing. And I should add, I guess a parameter on the question is not for them to learn about your specific project, but as the ecosystem as a whole.
Well, we have a channel in Discord which deals with that. There's like a sort of step-by-step, you know, there's the first link will be just generally about sort of Web3 and DAOs, and then we'll kind of dive into the tools that we have in the ecosystem. But I think like having a, you know, dedicated landing page that kind of shows you what you can do and kind of gives you all the right information, I think that's, I don't think we have that, so that would be really, really helpful for sure.
I think this is a great question. I know you asked for the three panelists. I'm gonna take my stab at the answer as well. I think if it's truly a Web 2 user, they want to learn about DAOs, and I could send them one link. I probably wouldn't send them a Solana link, to be honest. I probably would send them a link to Links DAO, or a DAO like that, where it's very, very easy to tell, hey, I'm a member in this DAO, this is what I'm getting from the membership, this is why it's decentralized, and I think that's the best starting point for starting to conceptualize what a DAO can really do.
The hard thing for me is I am a Solana maxi, and I would probably send them to Grape and the actual Grape YouTube. But I like, if you're not trying to plug one particular DAO, but we don't have it, and I like, it's probably a good idea that we do have a Solana what is a DAO YouTube channel. But then you could have a multitude of YouTubers post on that. This is what I like about the Grape protocol one, is that it's linked up to 4 or 5 YouTubers in there, and there's some shorts, and people can see that, look, you can look at gaming, you can look at Whales Friend, you can look at Metaverse, you can look at a multitude of different streamers rather than just one. And there's highlights and short, you know, people don't like long-winded hour videos, so they don't always come to Barndog because I talk a lot.
Yeah, I think I would follow what Amon's doing. Send them to one, you know, the most interesting use case either. Links DAOs, you know, really, they do a great job presenting themselves. But even something like drop them into the Ukraine, you know, DAO and Realms, like people are gonna be interested with that. What's that? On Nation, yeah, okay. So, you know, let them go down the rabbit hole and see like what interesting use cases DAOs can provide and facilitate. So it might be not the best, you know, like from a consumption standpoint, but I think it'd get the wheels turning and it'd be actually the most effective way to educate them.
I think I'm going to answer a question from my perspective, if you don't mind. So Super Team DAO has a really, really, really great resource for just DAO onboarding and all that stuff. It's groundzero.superteam.fun. And it takes you through like what is blockchain, how is it useful, what's the deal with DeFi, like, you know, everything, and then into a DAO.
Any last questions? Awesome. Well, really fascinating discussion. I think a lot of takeaways to pursue, even, you know, in our conversations at lunch and stuff. I think generally, as we talked about, the rising tide, I think, will be really important coming together as an ecosystem, at least until it becomes more competitive in a few years' time. But it's a good problem to have in a few years' time. So really appreciate you guys taking the time again.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you all very much. Lunch is about to be served. We'll see you, everybody, at 1:30 with Demo Day. We already have 8 projects, starting with squads. Why? Because you signed up first. Yes. No.
you.
Okay, everybody. So we're ready for demo day. Just one quick note before we begin. We have to leave the premises tonight at 2 a.m. max because there's another event tomorrow here. So please keep your coding until 2 a.m. tonight. Okay, thank you. And we'll start with demo day. Please also try to keep it to 15 minutes for each project, so we come at around 2 hours for the whole thing. And we're starting with Stepan and, I'm sorry? Bastian and squads. So big round of applause.
Thank you. Realms has Sebastian, we have Bastian. It's good. Yeah, so we've been talking a lot about sub-DAOs and the idea of kind of departmentalizing your organization and creating, more complex org design where you have these kind of smaller groups within that are able to interact sort of with a larger DAO and have a sort of checks and balances relationship. We've been talking with Sebastian about it for a few months now. And finally at Athens, we decided to make it work and start actually putting it together. And so with squads, we worked for the last 3 months since launch and sort of perfecting the experience of the multi-sig within, right? Bringing the right experiences to teams on this kind of team level. And we're at a stage where we're kind of ready to start linking it up with DAOs, and obviously Realms is the hub for Solana DAOs, and that's sort of a natural place for squads to start existing. So for the purpose of the demo, Bastian will show how to create a squad directly from Realms. And the idea is that, yeah, so it mimics the flow that we have internally in squads as well. So you add a name, add a description, just call it Realms Squad. Yeah. And basically the idea in general is that this is sort of a showcase, but the whole idea is that the realm will be able to become a sort of a super user in a squad, and essentially by passing proposals on the DAO level, be able to fully control membership, control the treasury. Sort of the logic here is that a DAO can decide to create a squad, put X, Y, Z members in it, fund it, and then if something goes wrong or if they've served their purpose, the squad can be dissolved, the members can be removed. Yeah, Bastian, you can create. For the purpose of the demo, it doesn't trigger a proposal in Realms though. So for now, it will just get created. But the logic behind it is that it will trigger a proposal in Realms for the DAO to approve on the DAO level, and then the squad will be created with us. Here it is. And yeah, and here it is. So that's a very early MVP of what it will be. But the idea is that sort of on a longer timeline, you will be able to interact with the squad from our interface or directly from Realms interface. And I think it will get customized towards, like we'll sort of see where the most action happens between sort of DAOs and squads. And the sort of refactor that we're doing for squads to allow this will actually be agnostic. So you will be able to have a squad that basically controls another squad, or pretty much anything that can have like a governance authority will be able to control a squad after we sort of allow for that kind of super user level of control. So it's it's a first step towards actually realizing vision of squads being sub-DAOs and smaller groups within Solana DAOs, and it starts with Realms. They asked us to keep it to 15 minutes. We did it in 2. So if you have any questions, happy to elaborate.
Hi, just a quick question. You said that there may be a governmental control over it. What could they control?
So they can control anything that the squad can do internally. So the squad controls internally membership. So you can trigger a proposal to add a member, to remove a member, trigger a proposal to change the threshold, and trigger proposals in relation to the vault, which mean you can do swaps, you can send deposit assets, you can earn yield with Katana, and yeah, there's actually a few more integrations coming up. So pretty much anything that a squad can do, the DAO as the power user, as a super user, will be able to do as well.
Source of funds?
Sorry?
Sources of funds?
Oh no, I mean governmental from a perspective of governance as in on-chain governance, not in relation to...
Gotcha. Okay, thanks.
Not in relation to the other kind of governance.
Super cool. I can't wait to play around with it. So, first question I have, Grape already has something like 5-6 squads. What would we need to do now to have those squads connected to the DAO?
You will have to talk to us, and we will make it happen.
And then the second question, the super user, I don't know if this is the idea, the intent. Let's say that for whatever reason, some of the multi-sig owners of a squad that belongs to the Grape DAO have disappeared, they don't exist anymore. And basically those assets now are frozen in there. Is the idea that the DAO could override the rules and then be able to, have access to those funds, or?
Yeah, that's something that, that's exactly the point. So if it's approved on the governance level, it has authority to do anything with the squad. So I think like this is where, yeah, I mean, it has pros and cons, right? Like we like that, a squad is there and there's just, if you set the rules in a particular way, you have to stick to them. There's no way for us to get involved and change them. For some, it's a problem. People get locked out. There are issues. So I think like on the DAO level, if you have, because usually people have, 2 or 3 multi-sigs at most. And those like are the main self-custody tools that they have. On the DAO level, if you have like, 10 squads, I think it, kind of changes the dynamics there. So it's important that the DAO will be able to control it for sure.
Okay, so essentially there's a new user type, which is the master.
Right, it's not going to be, well, at least for now, like in the UI, you won't be see like, okay, here's the DAO, but it will say that it's linked to a Realms DAO, and then on the DAO level in Realms, there will be proposals associated with all aspects that we discussed.
Thank you.
I think you probably already answered my question, but it was like, I understand that DAO can adopt squads, right? Existing ones.
Adopt existing ones, yes.
Okay, cool.
Yeah. Cool.
Anyone else? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next up is Toker Labs with Greg and Kelvin, right?
Yes. Nice. Take a seat, guys. Give us 1 second to set up. Yes, of course. Thank you. Do you both take a mic? No, we'll trade off. Okay. Then take this, please. I have my reasons. Thank you. There we go. All right, we're super excited to be here. Thanks for your time. I'm gonna kind of walk around because that's how I like to present, make it conversational. And while Greg pulls this up, we're starting with a quote that's usually the last slide of our deck, but I thought it was appropriate because we're in the birthplace of democracy. And so one of my favorite philosophers in history is John Adams. He's the 2nd president of the US, and he's a constitutional framer. And he wrote that, and I'm gonna paraphrase here in a bit, but in order to preserve liberty on the side of public virtue, we need to make land ownership available to everybody in society by dividing it into small quantities so that everybody could own real estate. And so there's this long history of why real estate ownership specifically is so important. And that's why we've been obsessed with this and done everything that we can to bring real estate ownership to everybody in the world. And so Toker Labs, we're building public markets for private assets. And so if you think about what that means, it means that everybody in the world should be able to click a button and own it. So if you look at Robinhood, Coinbase, these are public markets. Anybody can download an app, click a button, and own a fractional piece of something. You don't need a couple $1,000s to own a share of Amazon anymore. You can have $1 and you can own a piece of that brand. And so that's what we're building at Toker, but for private assets. And if you look at what's happening over the last couple decades, the private markets are where all of the value is being created. And so by the time companies go public, there's no value left for people, which is really sad. And so we have to solve this problem. And I see that we're having some technical difficulties. Yeah, and we can try my laptop. It might work. Let's see if that'll work. And then I've got to plug in.
Yeah, that works. No. Okay, let's see if that works. Yeah, because I don't see it. How did that work? It's weird. No, it's... Not gonna work. How did Bastion get it to work? I don't know, yeah. We could just send it to him. Yeah. Is Bastion still here? They should be able to pull it up on the screen. Yeah. Oh, we're not gonna be able to demo. Not gonna be able to invest. I was gonna show it like live and invest in what they probably.
You guys are taking one for the team.
Yeah, at least you'll get the gist of the roadmap. But we were gonna invest live for you guys. Is there a clicker?
Can you not do it now?
Well, we won't be able to show you me investing live.
Oh, bummer.
And we just went live today, so.
You might just have to go around.
Yep, that'll work.
What vesting, I'm sorry?
I was gonna show you an investment in that live. We just got SEC qualified. It's just not gonna be able to demo it, but you guys can see the screenshot. So we'll keep rolling, and you can demo it yourself. We'll give you an invite code. All right. So this is important. We're obsessed with this not because real estate, like tokenization, is gonna make real estate more valuable. It's because ownership in our communities, the places we live, work, and play specifically, is important to community. And so Toker is public markets for private assets, and if you think about where we are today, if you wanted to invest in individual, private, commercial real estate assets, you either have to be an accredited investor in the US and many other countries. That means you have to be a millionaire, not including your home, or make $200,000 a year. Typically, there's some online sites, but typically the vast majority of investments are done with signing a subscription agreement via DocuSign and sending a wire transfer. Or if you're non-accredited and you go on the crowdfunding sites, you've got adverse selection. There are a bunch of people who are desperate to raise money. They're not the best developers, and they're selling you snake oil. And when you think about real estate tokenization, today it's just bullshit. So I want to say this twice. Real estate is not more valuable because it is tokenized. Tokens are more valuable because they are backed by real estate. All right? And here's what I mean by that. Tokens are valuable, and what we're building is valuable because it is open, it's composable, it's interoperable, it's programmable. And so if you think about the subscription agreements and the cap tables, what power you can have by making it globally accessible to everyone in the world, the creativity that can happen. And so we looked around, we're like, where are we gonna build this? We started building on Ethereum first, but then we switched because Solana's for the poor, and so are we. And so we're so much so the poor that we went through years of working on this, but we're finally an SEC qualified issuer of securities as of 2 weeks ago. And if the tech was working today, we would demo the app for you live. But we'll throw the invite code in the Telegram chat when we're ready. And you'll be able to invest for yourself if you have a US bank account. And in the coming months, we're gonna make it globally accessible, not just with bank accounts, but with your Phantom account. And so the Rove app is like the tip of the iceberg. It's the on-ramp. You can download it, and it feels like FTX or Robinhood or Coinbase, but for real estate. The barriers to entry can't be $100. It can't be $10,000. It has to be $1 frictionless. And we started to build integrations so that you can link your wallet and invest in real estate without selling your crypto. And so as a proof of concept, we did this first with an integration in MetaMask and Aave before we got SEC qualified, just to learn. And basically, the use case there is, let's say you're long Sol and you don't want to sell it. You also don't want to realize a capital gain and pay taxes, but you can deposit crypto, borrow against it, and then use those funds to invest. And so we've built that use case, and now we're rebuilding it on Solana, and so that'll be there in the coming months. And what you see, that interface is kind of like a Solend or a Compound or Aave, but for real estate. And so, there's a pretty long roadmap. What we're doing is basically building a bridge from CeFi to DeFi. At the top, that's the tip of the iceberg. That touches consumers. It's an on-ramp. Everybody gets a Solana account when they open up the Rove app. And we're enabling that through an integration with Web3 Auth that we'll publish in an update soon. But then once you have that touch point, you can start to do really interesting things. You can leverage that account to create unique user experiences. But even better, the reason why we want to open source everything that we can is that it's been so frustrating. We knew that blockchain technology could impact finance. But now after building a fintech app, we know deeply how hard it is, how much is simulated to make it frictionless for people. But that's millions of dollars and years of work. There's so many components of our tech stack that should be commoditized. They should be easily stacked like Legos and pointed at other opportunities. And so while we're building Rove, that's like our iTunes, but we know we were successful if somebody then builds Spotify and points that at real estate. Or they take the same tools and you have the touch point, that's a compliant entry point, and then they take the same technology and point it at campaign finance. Anything that brings people together in a community where they need to pull their resources in a compliant way and localize it. And then you can bridge to an open layer. So let's say you're streaming cash flows to a Solana account, That's KYC AML, but then the person wants to borrow against their assets in that account. They could then do that in the open layer without on-ramping that next person. And so that's the long-term roadmap. And so that's what we're doing over the next 24 months. Our OKR, our North Star, is we need to on-ramp 1 million people with Solana accounts. They won't even know it. They're just gonna get value. It'll be like magic. And that's what we're doing. So we view Toker as art with money, and the world's our canvas. Let's paint a better one. That's all I got. Thanks. Any questions? Download the Rove app. Follow us at Toker Labs on Twitter. We're going to be posting updates. We'll put a link and an invite code in our Discord soon. Yep.
Hi. What is the boarding for someone to use your app?
It feels very much like Robinhood or Coinbase. So if you've ever used any fintech solution like that, they all KYC AML people. And so when we think about what we're building, it needs to compete with that frictionless experience. The best analogy to the full stack application, which I referenced, is just more DeFi, would be Centrifuge. And they built that like mainly on Ethereum, then they had to build their own side chain. And when you on-ramp there, you go through one KYC process, then you go through one AML process with different companies. It's a headache. It can't be like that. And so ours, we're integrating with a company called CryptoProof and adding additional UI to make it as frictionless as possible.
And with regards to would the same apply with Phantom, or would it be a connection with Phantom, or all the wallets that you would support?
Yeah, so if you go to, when we open the DeFi pool, which would be like a city funds you can bet on, and it's like, let's say you've used Solon, it would be like that, but yields coming from real estate instead of people just borrowing the funds. So you connect your Phantom account, and then you go through a KYC AML flow. So you got to add additional information there. I believe that in the future, and one reason why we're building this now in this way, in the Rove app even, is that people will self-custody their KYC, their AML, and their investor status, and then they won't have to on-ramp with everybody. It's so dumb that we keep rebuilding this over and over, right? And so either we're going to do that or we're going to leverage somebody else's open source protocol. But everything should be, if it can be, I believe it should be open source. So like a lot of times people are like, why would you use blockchain for that? And I'm like, have you tried building it without? It's fucking terrible. And if it can be open source, it should be, from my opinion. I want to flip the challenge, you know? Like, why aren't you open sourcing that? So.
So awesome. I think it's fantastic. I think the idea is phenomenal. What difference does Toker have from platforms like Fundrise or, you know, these crowdsourced type real estate investing or something like that? I'm not sure if you're familiar with those.
Yeah, so Fundrise, you download an app, and it's like a REIT. It's a real estate investment trust. You can't pick the properties. There's a minimum, usually, you know, hundreds of dollars, and there's no liquidity, and they're closed source. They're very much Web 2. And, you know, you can buy real estate in that way. That's great. You could buy stocks before Robinhood, but you needed a brokerage account. It's $500. It's not accessible. And I believe, and we believe, that it's important not just to be indexed in real estate, that people should own the places they specifically live, work, and play. And then beyond that, build communities. So that's why there's a social component in our app. There's a digital community so that people can say, I believe in green buildings, and I want to see that vision in the world. And so that's why individual properties is important. That's the main difference.
So there's a dApp called Realty. I don't know if you've seen it, where real estate is fractionalized and you invest into properties. So you can buy a certain amount of shares in property, but the properties are actually occupied by people. So the people pay rent, and then the rent gets redistributed to all the token holders. So you invest, like, let's say, $10,000 and you get 15% a year from the rent that people pay. So would you have like a yield element like that as well?
Yeah, absolutely. And last time I checked, I'm not sure if they're available to non-accrediteds in the U.S. Yet. I hope they do. I think it's important.
I think
but,
so,
But commercial real estate generates yield. Typically, they pay out quarterly.
Okay. And your yield will basically be built into the product.
Yeah. And so we're bringing people access to the same deals that wealthy limited partners are invested in. So typically family offices, they'll invest $1 million because they want to get an 8% yield, just cash flow. And so we're just bringing people that same opportunity.
And the yield's going to be transparent, so you can see there's 10 properties you can invest in, and this one's giving 15%, this one's giving 11, this one's giving 8, and you can choose.
Absolutely.
Obviously, on the onboarding for a user, you seem to have done a pretty incredible job. But on the other side, for a property manager, what does that onboarding look like? And so when you approach a property or a person who's managing that property, how did you get them to onboard into the world of crypto? Are they dealing with, different regulatory, or did you find a way to innovate on that? Also, this is a layup because you told me the answer to it, and I was very impressed by it. So please tell everyone.
Good question. Yeah, I mean, we thought about it this way. We started with the use case first, and now we're building the protocol second, because you can't really skip where the rubber meets the road. You've got to solve the hard problems. And when you look at real estate crowdfunding, one of the biggest problems, like tech aside, is adverse selection. You want to find access to the best deals. And so we haven't had to approach property owners. They've approached us because we've also lowered the barriers of entry for them too. And so one, we bake fees into the share price. So they don't have to raise their cost of capital. And when you think about the share price, you want to do it in a way that's accretive to investors, that as soon as there's a secondary market, that the shares would trade above $1. So that's one. And two, we take compliance on ourselves. So that's why we went through the process of filing with the SEC as a series issuer of securities. And so that means property owners don't have to change anything about their business. If they're raising monies from limited partner investors, then we can just be one of them. We're one entry on their cap table. And then we're just bringing access to the people so they have a seat next to the wealthy.
I think also that's all the time we have, so thank you very much.
Thank you, appreciate it.
Toker Labs. He's recording himself. Oh, so cute. I'm gonna drop you a link from YouTube. What are you worried about? This is all live streamed. Come on. Oh, that's now you ask me. I'm so sorry. Try that. Give it a minute. Yes? No. Wait. Okay, so no.
It's a presentation. Yeah. I could share it to you in a different way. Sana paano? There it is, okay. Cool, cool, cool. Hello. Cool. Hi, my name's River. I go by Kimasabe. I'm one of the co-founders of Solana Sanctuary. Sanctuary is, it's a lot of different things, but we came together back in very early September, October, right around then, and we were all victims of NFT rug pulls, and we're very frustrated about it. Like, well, what can we do about this? You know, there's a lot of, you know, there's not really a path to value for people who get scammed or rug pulled or whatever it might be. And what we kind of decided was that it was the answer was a DAO. And for every rug pull, for the most part, the answer was a DAO. There's a big gap to leap across in that, and the main pain point there is that every NFT on Solana is, there's not really a way to, there wasn't a way to fork it, there wasn't really a way to take an existing NFT collection and update it to serve royalties to a DAO or the community or whatever it might be. And then yeah, that's kind of like the core piece behind what we're trying to do, is really giving people the ability to kind of pick up the end of the rope that's left by developers in the NFT ecosystem. The other big piece of this too is that we think, this is our hot take, that NFTs and rug pulls are probably the lowest barrier to entry to DAOs that are possible. And that's partially because it's a very simple concept, right? You've got a JPEG, you have something you like, but everybody's uniting for a common purpose, whether that's just to make money, to flip it, or to like I like the art, that sort of motivation. I don't know. Does clicker work? No. Okay. I'll vamp on it then. So over the last 8 or so months, we estimate that there has been $100 million in direct Solana liquidity lost in the ecosystem to rug pulls. That's mints that have been sucked Solana out of the ecosystem, wormholed it to ETH, wherever that might be. But it's a really, really, really large problem. It's extracting value, economic value from everything that pretty much everybody does in the ecosystem. There it is right there. One of the first Solana NFTs on chain, they minted out and then took 130,000 Solana, bridged it straight to ETH. We found chains of rugs, up to 50 different rug projects, all by one person. And all of these things come from a very, very, it wasn't necessarily an oversight, it's a feature, not a bug, that every NFT project is completely centralized. Unless those, on Solana, unless the developers choose to make an NFT project immutable, the update authority, the royalties, all that stuff is completely centralized, which means if there's a single developer on a project, he can decide to change the royalties, the secondary royalties, to 100%. Anybody that has their NFT listed and it sells, basically all the money goes to that developer or that team or whoever. The other big piece there is that most of these teams are completely anonymous, so there's no recourse, there's no action that can be taken. Legality of it's a big question. So yeah, big problem, scary, whatever. What do we do about it? There was a protocol called the Token Entangler, Quantum Entangler, developed by Metaplex and Jordan at Metaplex. This protocol was built to essentially update old NFTs to the new metadata standard and fix them as well. We kind of shoehorned that into being a remint protocol. What we do is essentially take a rugged community, a community that wants to do something about their losses, their bags, whatever, or just build something together, and we take the old token, and it's on one side, and then we basically duplicate that token with new metadata, new images, new art sometimes, and then stick that into a vault. And then the user can come through and swap to the new token. And then that update authority and the royalties and stuff can be controlled more by a DAO, and then they have a path to value. It's not an easy path to value. It can be something that is it's not easy to make a lot of money off of royalties if you don't have upfront cash and whatnot, but some are successful, others not so much. It's really been an experience of just kind of seeing how a community can organize itself in a meaningful capacity. I would say the core things that we're looking to solve are one, centralization and NFTs. That gives a whole cascade of issues to the full ecosystem, right? Like from there you have people who have, there's anonymous developers. Because it's centralized, they can be completely anonymous. There's no recourse to them. That leads to mistrust amongst the communities. There's no trust amongst these different communities to work together or build anything. and yeah, that's kind of the ethos. I'm vamping a bit because I don't have my little notes here, but now we're working towards building out a much more efficient entangler protocol. Right now, the current entangler costs like 200 something SOL to do a 10,000 PFP just in account rent. We've made a few different protocols in terms of like burning old NFTs so that you can take 5 or 6 or 10 different NFT communities who have been rugged, have no money or no like direction, don't have enough people in their communities to actually do anything with them, and activate the people in those communities who do want to do something, bringing them together, burn their old tokens, essentially, like a dust or ash DeGods scenario, where they basically get a whitelist token, and then as a DAO can create an NFT project together, rather than it being something that is, a path from centralization to decentralization. It's definitely a social experiment starting decentralized, but yeah, that's pretty much the spiel. Yeah.
Any questions?
What inspired you to start the project? Did you get rugged?
Yeah, I got rugged and I've never been a good trader, so it was like, oh, what do I do? What do I build about it? Like, how do I fix this as a problem? Because it was it was happening a lot, not just to me, but to a lot of people, and I was like, hey, there's got to be a way to build something about it. Yeah.
Besides adding a CAPTCHA in a candy machine, do you believe there's a way to minimize rugging?
Yeah. So what we do to kind of make these reminted projects rug-proof, to date, I think we set up the first, and somebody can correct me if I'm wrong, the first NFT DAOs on Solana, on Realms, back in September, October time. I believe that was the Sanctuary, Chicken Tribe, Exiled Apes. If anybody has an earlier one, please jump in and yell at me. But the way we kind of make these things rug-proof, at least to date, is to make rugging illegal from the get-go. The easiest, and there's already a way to do it, it's not hard, is you set up a DAO, you have a few people on there as multi-sig holders, maybe community members. Doesn't even necessarily have to have all the vesting schedules or any of that stuff. Like, that would be great, but you don't necessarily need that. But just dox everybody who is a multi-sig holder, because then instead of someone holding all these funds, there's a wallet that holds these funds, and if someone colludes to steal from that wallet, you've stolen something. It's illegal. If every project minted like that, it's, there's actually a legal recourse to, pursue.
Cool. Anyone else? No? Okay, the Solana Sanctuary, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay. You too? Just you? Yeah. Cool. Yanni, let's get my παρακαλώ. Thank you.
I was hoping I'd just jump on there.
Wait. Yes, I know. The unique one. That worked, actually. This one worked. That thing actually worked. So it's good that it happened yesterday. Let me ask the video crew. That's a good idea. believe that if it didn't show the image from the other computer behind.
Yeah,
Do
that's
you get
true.
it?
Yeah. Oh, sorry. Sorry.
No worries. Nah. Okay, we'll do the camera in a minute. Yep.
Like this pixel is black. The next pixel is yellow.
Now we got a second camera.
Well, I'll hold it in my left hand. All good? Beautiful. Thank you, guys. Hopefully you can see that. Let me know if my hand starts blocking it at all. Yeah, we're going old school here. So I'm here to talk about our grants program, our bounty program. I know we teased this on the very first day. We've put some thought into it. And so this is still a work in progress. And as always, would love community ecosystem input to sort of make this the best it can be. And this is really an experiment in a lot of ways. We're going to iterate. We're going to see what works well. We're going to see what leads to kind of maximal impact and benefit to the community. In designing this program, we were trying to think about how can we make this as community and ecosystem driven as possible, meaning we didn't want to be in a place where we were defining every single thing that we thought, hey, this is what our ecosystem needs. These are the tasks that needs to get done. Rather, we wanted to outsource the ecosystem to say, hey, here are the things we would love to see built in our ecosystem. Here's where our needs are, and help fund those projects that had a lot of heat or momentum around them. And so this is the mechanism we've come up with. So this is still, all these pages are a bit work in process, but the DAO we're calling Realms Ecosystem DAO, RED for short. And basically the way the flow works, and I'll walk through each of these steps in a second, but the way the flow works at a high level is anyone who has an idea for a bounty and ecosystem project can come in and submit basically an RFP, submit a form that says, hey, this is what I think should get built in the ecosystem. That will then get surfaced to the council of the Realms Ecosystem DAO to basically vote on the proposal and say, yes, you know, we approve this RFP and we're going to publish it on our bounty page. And then on the bounty page, you'll see the full list of RFPs that people can then choose to build. If someone picks one of those bounties, goes ahead and builds it, and submits sort of a proposal saying, hey, I've built it, here's the completion criteria, they'll obviously get the bounty as a result of that. But in addition, the person who submitted the original RFP will also get a small amount of money as well, just to kind of incentivize the creation of RFPs too. So this is going to be the main page on Notion, where it basically sets out, hey, here's the process for submitting an RFP, here's how you complete an RFP. We're going to have some sort of like a type form where people go through to actually submit the RFP in terms of what they want to see in their proposal, and then we'll have sort of a Notion page dedicated to servicing, hey, here are the RFPs that have been accepted, here are the ones who are still in review. Have they been completed yet, yes or no? And then there'll be a link to actually the proposal on Realms as well. So within Realms, we've set up this Realms Ecosystem DAO. And within the proposal, obviously, there'll sort of be a comments or conversation Discord style around that RFP if there needs to be any dialogue. And one of the things we were thinking about in conjunction with this is how do we actually allow for the maximum amount of people to be submitting these RFPs? You know, we don't want to limit that to a specific audience. And so what we're doing is we're actually building an additional plugin within SPL governance to basically allow for any member of any DAO within Realms to submit a proposal to this DAO and basically say, hey, here's my RFP to be voted on. And even for folks here who aren't members of the DAO, one of the nice things is by virtue of the AthensDAO that Dean is setting up, all of us too will be able to come in and submit proposals here for our RFPs and also get payouts as a result of those RFPs. So I think that's the end-to-end flow. Andre, did I miss anything here that we covered? Awesome, awesome. So I'll stop there and see if anyone has any questions, suggestions, ideas around any of this. Jose, yes?
Two questions, please. The first one, why didn't you try shut off and on your computer to fix the problem?
It's the typical Microsoft help support, just restart the computer. Yeah, I should have tried that.
The second question is, have you thought about quadratic funding and inviting other people to top up the grants? Maybe we can discuss that.
Yeah, I'm actually not familiar with quadratic funding.
Okay, well.
I'm very open to discussing it.
Quadratic funding is precisely like somebody else, like Gitcoin, doubles the grant. So that will be incentivizing even more, because maybe companies want X, Y, Z functionality so they can ape in and do more for specific things. And that's an additional incentive on top of the Solana incentive.
Yeah, I'm getting the nod and the OK symbol from Andrea, our Solana Foundation representative. So I think we're definitely open to that.
Excellent. Thank you.
Any other questions? Awesome. So once this officially goes live, the next steps for us, we're going to finalize these pages. We're going to finalize the type form, get the council into the DAO, and actually get the funds into the DAO. And at that point, we'll post the link in the Telegram. We'll sort of market the fact that this is live. And like I said, this will be a work in progress. This will be an experiment. We're very open to taking it in different ways. So anyone who has feedback, any ideas on this as we get into it, would love to iterate on this together. Awesome. Thank you, guys.
Thank you very much. No, I don't. Next up is Castle. No? Yes, there he is. But you have to sit there. Feels like The Office, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Kind of shot.
Nice.
Okay, go ahead.
Cool. All right, everybody. Great to see everyone again. So, yeah, I'm Adam, co-founder of Castle Finance. The rest of the team is back home, just grinding, coding away, and here I am, lucky enough to talk to you guys. So, yeah, the backdrop of Castle is that we're building safe investment products for DAOs. So, again, the backdrop is that DAO treasuries have grown to the tens of billions over the last year. A little bit lower now, unfortunately, but if we assume that DAOs are the future of sort of corporations and other sorts of organizations, those numbers will continue to grow. And so as they've gained lots of assets in their treasuries, just like any other responsible corporation or institution, they need to be able to responsibly manage those kinds of funds. And given that DeFi up until this point has mostly been just for degens, crazy thousands of % APYs, lots of hidden risks, rug pulls like we just kind of talked about. Those kind of risks are not really acceptable for DAOs if we want to move forward and mature the space and sort of raise the bar for crypto as a whole. And so we set out to build a set of safe investment products for these DAOs. And initially we're starting off with just stablecoins. So we sort of see DAOs having 3 different kinds of token asset classes: stablecoins, governance tokens, and native token, like Sol in this case. So we're going to be building products for all 3 of those, but our first one is just the Castle Vault. So yeah, so the Castle Vault basically takes in stablecoins and automatically forwards those to a various set of lending markets. All the lending markets are open source. They're all audited, and we've just sort of gone through them and talked to the teams to make sure that they all have good operational security practices. There's a lot of other, I feel like Solana, it's sort of endemic that a lot of projects are closed source. You don't really know how they work. And again, I think if we need to sort of raise the bar for security in DeFi, and especially on Solana. So I'm gonna show off our landing page because we just sort of did a whole facelift, and it feels good to show everyone. So yeah, we're working with the header here, Treasury Yield on Autopilot. We're thinking of framing it to basically just a savings account for your DAO. It's something that every single person should have. It's definitely something that every single corporation should have. Again, most corporate treasurers, they're not going to spend all their cash that they earned from revenue or from VC funding and put it into Tesla stock. They're going to put it into treasury bonds or things like that. So that's the kind of experience we're trying to replicate here with the first product. So yeah, go over blah, 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 little landing page. Got the support of Solana Ventures, so thanks, guys. But yeah, so here we can see we currently have $1 million in TVL. The APYs is basically a blended version of all of these. So right now the rates are obviously low, given the market conditions, but as things pick up again, those rates are going to increase. So nothing else more than what I just talked about, but again, it's nice to look at our pretty landing page. So yeah, we're trying to build everything just exactly for DAOs. We can also build custom vaults, and so for example, if Jet Protocol is looking to, I know they're about to spin up their DAO. The whole point of diversification is diversifying risk across just diversifying in general. And so Jet, for example, they don't want exposure to themselves. And so we're going to spin up a custom vault, or we can do that actually does not send money to Jet itself. And you can apply the same concept with oracles. So if you're Switchboard and you don't want exposure to your own protocols that use your own Switchboard, you can only spin up vaults or you can spin up a vault that only accesses markets that use Pyth instead. So there's a whole slew of different kinds of ways of diversifying risk with your protocol. So yeah, this is the old user interface. It's pretty simple, deposit and withdraw. And then this is a new one that we've recently, let's see if we can just, yeah, so homepage, TVL, total yield earned so far. Thankfully we have $1 million, which is pretty cool. And we just have one cute little vault right here for now, but we'll be spinning it up for other reserve tokens like Sol, wrapped Bitcoin if you want, like literally anything. Depends on what the DAOs really want, because we're building for the DAOs. So we can click inside here, and yes. So again, like this is just the UI, it's pretty standard stuff. We highlight the yield sources that this vault currently accesses. And so we have Port, Jet Solent, and we sort of try to like emphasize that they've all been audited and open sourced. Here's the current allocations that our algorithm is choosing. And so right now it's picking Jet and Solent to deposit into. We have a little blurb here that goes into more information, and I'll show our docs later. And then we're trying to just, actually display like the stats of like these markets. A lot of this data hasn't really been shown before. And so it's kind of cool to actually see like, okay, like the Castle APY is like a blend of all these three. And Solend is mostly like the highest, like they do like liquidity mining. So they have a lot of like volume on their lending market. Jet's about to launch like, I think they already open sourced their V2. And so there's like, we can, so like all these markets have like development underway, and I'm sure these numbers will increase as well as the market conditions change. And yeah, just some basic stats as well, and transaction history. So yeah, that's basically it. Really important thing is that like most of these like DeFi protocols, it's a very simple interface, like deposit, withdraw at the end of the day. But what's really important is all of the details inside of it. So we've tried to be very clear with like the documentation about how these things work, what are the different like risk management measures that are in place, like overexposure controls. We don't lend to other markets that are close to like 100% utilization rate, because there's like liquidity risks there. Again, like we make sure that everything is audited, open sourced. And we also have like an emergency break feature on our end where we can withdraw the money from the various lending pools if like there's like Solana congestion or other kinds of like market turmoil. And then you just like flip it off, and then the program automatically like redeploys that capital back into the lending markets. And so of course we have a lot of stuff on the roadmap that you can read into it. Yes, and of course, wouldn't be complete without a Realms sort of integration. And so from here, from the user interface, any DAO can choose to deposit or withdraw from the vaults. I made a little video here in my apartment going over that. And then, again, here it is live, just like any other sort of, you guys know how it works. I bet everyone's done this in this room. But yeah, you just make a proposal, do deposit, select your amounts, your source accounts, deposit, the deposit vault, and go from there. And here's an example of a current treasury. So this is the one that I set up, and it has like, you have to seed every single treasury with Sol. Give it a little bit of USDC or the reserve currency, and then you can see that I made a deposit earlier and a withdraw for a little bit less. And we have some Castle USDC LP token sitting in there. Anchor's been making a lot of really cool changes, and so again, like with the purpose of being like transparent and having everything like clearly documented, we've tried to take advantage of the annotation features in Anchor. So you can actually from here you can just click into that, and it'll take us to the Explorer page where you can actually see all of the data that goes into here. And so I always like looking at the allocations and also the configuration. So you can see like the kind of algorithm that we're using, the allocation caps, the strategy itself, and of course, the classic reserve space, because we're going to put a lot more information in these programs. And so, yeah, that's basically it. Again, it's like open sourced, so you can like look through the code, see how it works, click around. We also have some, I think this is private. Yeah, this is basically like our heartbeat that just like refreshes the vaults like every like minute or so. We also do some optimizations. So we have we do like convex optimization to basically like when you deposit money into one of these lending markets, you change the rates. And so when you're handling like lots of size, so like a DAO wants to put in like $10 million, whether it's withdrawing it or depositing it, you change those rates. And so if like a lending market that only has a little bit of liquidity, but it has like the highest yield or highest like APY rate for some reason, if you deposit like $10 million into a market that only has like $1 million of liquidity, you're going to smash those rates all the way to like 0. And so in order to handle this scale, which is what like this product is designed for, We do like optimizations to actually predict, because it's all based on the math of the lending market. And so you can do an optimization to like properly balance and maximize the yield, taking into account the liquidity of these underlying lending markets. Little technical, but I mean, this is the good stuff. And I would really like to encourage everyone to check out our blog. Again, we did a cute little fundraising announcement. But yeah, I like encourage everyone who has a DAO to read our stuff, because it's like really, really good. Taha, he used to work in a real assets hedge fund and like esoteric banking. And we're bringing on more folks with corporate treasury backgrounds to really like solidify like our stances on these kinds of things. But this post is really good. Like, okay, every sort of DAO has stable coins. They need stable coins to pay for like operating expenses. And if you're smart with your treasury, you can sustain your team's like salaries by using like these sort of safe yielding strategies. And so, yeah, like the basics of treasury management and all these like fundamentals just need to be like known by the community, because a lot of us come from like engineering backgrounds and don't really have experiences in finance. So really encourage everyone to like read this kind of stuff. It's actually pretty interesting. And I think it's important education that DAOs all need in order to like secure their financial futures. Yeah, that's basically it. Thank you.
Awesome, thanks, Adam. I feel like a common question I get is, these DAOs have such large treasuries. Why aren't they putting their treasuries to work? Even at Olympus, we had a huge treasury, but there was so much going on that we really didn't utilize our treasury at all. Even though there was on Ethereum, there was a lot of tooling around treasury management. And so I know you've chatted with a bunch of DAOs. I'm curious, do you feel like the reason that DAOs are kind of underutilizing their treasury is sort of a lack of tooling, or is there some other reason there that's preventing them from putting the treasury into action? And if so, how can we address that underlying reason?
Yeah, I think, you sort of see this with most like fintech products today, where every single like new app is basically trying like to get retail to like save, or like there's like a million different kinds of like products and apps out there that are like nudging people like and corporations. Like a really good example is ramp.com. So like there's like billions of dollars being invested into companies like this that are trying to make it as easy as possible to like save and manage your spending. And it's not something that people just sort of think about, because at the end of the day, it's all just like numbers, and we don't really, I don't know, you see, it's like not everyone has like a good intuitive sense for like, oh, like, I'm getting charged a 1% fee on this, product. Like 1% is not that low or not that high, but over the long term, like that dramatically like kind of like cuts out your gains. So there's like, it's just like hard, and it's not something that most people think about. It's like, how many of us have looked at our budgets over the last like week or month? Probably like not many, but we all have these like apps like Truebill and like Acorns to sort of help us with like savings. So DAOs are like people at the end of the day, and it's just like these kinds of financial concepts and like responsible activities. Not everyone does, and so I think the same thing applies to DAOs. We need like really easy tooling to help enable DAOs to like, again, secure their financial futures.
It makes me think that there's also like value in having a dedicated, treasury management position within the DAO. Someone thinking about this stuff and just pushing forward what's possible there as well.
Yeah, I think some of the content pieces that we want to write are about like a little like playbook for setting up like a corporate treasurer or someone who has expertise into the space. Again, like you need someone to be like someone needs to be like the DRI, like the directly responsible individual. And so that not just applies to technology or someone who's on call, but also for finance. Cool. Any other questions? Amazing. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Next up is Civic Pass and Danielle.
Can you guys hear me with this?
Oh, it sounds quiet from here. Okay. Hi, thanks for holding out. It's been quite a long session, right? I'm Dan Kelleher from Civic. I think I know most of you, but I've been busy coding away upstairs the whole time, so I've missed talking with a few of you. I have an actual real-life Hacker House demo that started working yesterday to show you in a minute. I'm very excited about it, assuming it works. Civic, we do identity on Solana, and that means a few different things, but I'm going to talk about one specific thing right now, which is Civic Pass. Civic Pass is a permissions layer that you can add to a program, smart contract, in other words, or a dApp, to allow you to kind of add constraints to access to that program based on real-world identity properties. Some examples we've been using, this is live already in mainnet Serum integration. We've also got integration with Candy Machine, and there's a few different use cases, right? Especially when it comes to things like DAOs. You might want to have a DAO that only really operates in a particular region. You might want to have a DAO that has restrictions on age, for example. Or an increasingly interesting one, especially when it comes to different voting mechanisms, is Sybil attack resistance and one person, one vote. All of these things are essentially possible through Civic Pass, and I've been working over it started working yesterday evening, a integration with Realms that I'm going to show you now. So here is Realms. We've seen it a few times today, and what I've got is a DAO called NoBot DAO. This is like your basic bog standard Civic Pass, the simplest possible one you can get. You can see that I've put together a little integration here, which basically lets you choose your flavor of pass, right? This is all, the UI for this is not official yet. Like I said, it's been put together for this demo, but it's all working. That's using the equivalent pattern on the smart contract, on the program, as the NFT voter plugin that was released a month or two ago. And by the way, thanks, Sebastian, for your help over the last few days in showing me around the code. So this one has the bot resistance pass, which means that I can only add a proposal or vote if I have a token, and I don't yet. I don't have this bot resistance pass, so this will eventually fail. Whoops, I don't want to print my screen. So how do I get one of these passes? Well, I've added this button as well to the Realms UI. And what this does is opens up a kind of an iframe that we inject. And in this one, it's the simple one. If you've played around with Candy Machine, you may have seen this one. This is the famous captcha. So I'm going to look for trains for a second. It's what I do in my spare time. Is that a train? No. And once it's gone through this, we have to prove ownership of the wallet. This is all running in DevNet so far, by the way. And a pass is now being issued to my wallet, and you can see this appears as active. I don't know why this is spinning here. I guess DevNet is, I don't know exactly why. But were I to re-click this button now, it would pass. What's effectively happened is we've dropped a token. It's effectively an NFT, but it's got one important difference, which I'll talk about a little bit later. That's the simple case, the kind of like bot resistance case, but the kind of a really cool one is one that's just new. This is a uniqueness pass. So this is not a product that we do yet. You guys are literally the first people inside and outside the company of Civic that have seen this. So it might not work, so just have to bear with me if not. But basically what this is we use a face scan to try and associate a particular human being with a particular wallet. And that's kind of mind-blowing for a lot of crypto, right? And it's going to lead to a lot of kind of rethinking. There's obviously ways to reclaim or revoke and then associate it with a different wallet with a kind of a cooldown period. But the basic idea behind this is allowing the kind of one person, one vote process. So I'm going to try and get myself one of these uniqueness tokens. It's running a little bit slow. Let me refresh. I have to start from here. Okay, connect the wallet. Civic unique DAO. Okay, it's checking if I have a token. It doesn't find one. Checks that I own the wallet that I'm trying to issue the token for. This is the bit where I scan my face. This is going to look weird. Just bear with me. If I smile, it doesn't work so well, so don't make me laugh. God damn it, you made me smile, guys. Okay, there's glare and extreme lighting. I'm going to have to ask everyone to turn the lights off. Literally, the sweat on my forehead is causing problems here. Okay, we got it, we got it. Now the pass is being issued. Now it's active. Just haven't found it here yet. Okay, well, it's active. I don't need to go through and show you. I wanted to actually show like it failed to issue to create a proposal and then it succeeded, but things are running a little bit slowly, so I'm not going to show you that bit. So it's active. We're happy. Yeah, that's the uniqueness pass. So this is will be eventually in the governance program library and available to every DAO that needs it. The different use cases that I showed here, some of them require kind of talking to us to, oh yeah, they're still blocked, require talking to us to kind of get them working and so on. There's a lot of different cases and we're definitely open to whatever that you guys DAOs need. Talk to me if you haven't already. I have been kind of hiding away, getting all this working over the last couple of days. Thanks very much, and any questions?
My question is, wow. So can you explain a little bit more about that video verification and how that is done and how nothing is stored and it's just a proof? Can you explain a little bit about that?
Okay, so there is always a kind of a trade-off when it comes to centralization. I meant to show this slide. It's a very weird way of showing slides. So the uniqueness pass is definitely not, like if it's a sliding scale, the kind of identity verification where you scan your documents and so on is more on the decentralized side. When it comes to uniqueness, we or somebody has to store, I've seen this face before, right? And what we do is we have this, this layer, which we call a gatekeeper network. It's being shown here on the slide. I just noticed I'm always waving my hand in front of that. Must be distracting for you guys. Sorry about that. But the idea is that anybody who wants to be able to issue a pass in the network can. You're not literally tying in, unlike an NFT where you usually have like a collection or address or the artist who's like a public key. With this gatekeeper network, you trust the network and not Civic in particular. You're not hard coding in Civic into your DAO. But when it comes to the uniqueness pass, we store a kind of we turn your face into a point on a multidimensional vector, a vector plane, I guess you would call it. So your face is turned into a face map, and that map turns into a vector on this multidimensional plane, and that's then, there's a similarity check to see if it matches anything else. So we don't store a picture of your face, we store your face as a kind of a point. And that is so far the best we can do. This decentralized layer with the network where anyone can join in, and then no PII except for the kind of the result of the function of turning your face into a point. That's it.
Excuse me, I have a question on that. So obviously maybe a normie question, excuse me. Obviously the MacBook doesn't have Face ID with lasers and biometrics and stuff. It's just an optical image. How do you convert this optical image to those points? And how do you prevent someone faking it?
So we work with partners who are like the best in breed for that sort of thing. You saw I did that weird zooming in thing. Sorry. And that is actually quite difficult to fake. It's difficult. It's provably resistant against masks, against people holding up 3D faces and things like that. It doesn't just check that you're able to move it forwards and back. It checks that your muscles move the correct way when you do that. And all those things together mean that it's really, I mean, I'd love for you guys to all try it out. I'm hoping to get it all in front of you very soon, and then we'll be able to see. But we've been using it for liveness as part of our ID verification check for 3 or 4 years now, and now we're also using it for uniqueness.
Okay, but we've seen so far now some mobile wallets being able to use the biometrics, either that's fingerprints or I don't know if, yeah, Face ID also. Will that be integrated?
So there's a difference in using it for authentication. Are you the person that enrolled? And using it for uniqueness, for checking against other faces. For uniqueness, you need some kind of backend to just kind of keep those data points like I was mentioning and check the similarities. But I would be very keen for the non-uniqueness cases to integrate those sort of biometric checks, yes.
This is fantastic. I'm really excited to see it come into Realms and come to life. I'm curious, have you thought at all about integrating with Discord around this?
Yeah, our head of product would jump down your throat for that question, because that's like kind of next. What we have in store is a kind of a derived pass. So what you're seeing here is like, it would be good for any DAO, it would be good for any NFT platform, whatever you like. You do it once and you reuse it. But a lot of people are coming to us and saying, well, kind of like the whitelist use case, right? We want to only issue governance tokens or issue NFTs to people on our whitelist. But there's a lot of checks that we have to go through before we decide whether somebody's on our whitelist or not, whether they've followed us on Twitter, retweeted us, or joined a particular Discord server and that sort of thing. What we want to do is take as much of that and put it on chain. So you have to get your pass, whichever pass it is, and then you have to go through a kind of a Discord verification process, and that will issue a derived pass. And that derived pass is good for that particular DAO or that particular project. And Discord is basically in the works. Watch this space. I think it will probably be next.
I know the answer, but want everybody to hear that. How does it work with other plugins, if SPL governance, when we are using Mango Locker, when we are using NFT Locker, or any the plugin they are trying to create for Red? How is going to that work?
I'm glad you started by saying you knew the answer, because I'd be like, wait, what is he asking? He knows this. So very soon it will be composable. So the idea would be, I don't know if everyone knows how SPL governance works behind the scenes, but every vote is kind of given a weight, and the weight is normally how many governance tokens you have, effectively. But it can be replaced by some other mechanism. The NFT voter plugin basically ascribes a weight based on how many NFTs you have or what type of NFT you have. And the idea would be that these plugins can be composable, and they would basically inherit the weight of the previous plugin, and this sort of plugin is a gate, right? It lets you in or it doesn't. It doesn't affect the weight. It just says this weight or nothing or break. So that's basically how it will work. This is the first prototype. I expect, don't hold me to this, maybe next week that'll all work. Actually, I'm holding you to it more than anything.
Thank you.
Yeah, so hi. Once again, this is really awesome. We talked about this earlier yesterday. I kind of have two questions. One is a sub-question, so I'm not really sure that I understood the uniqueness part. So is it that you're not actually doing the authorization, but actually just checking if that specific face is unique in some set of faces that already voted or whatever?
Actually, I wanted to show it. I wanted to show the other case as well, but we're getting questions, so I'd like to keep the questions going. But yes, if I were to now sign in with a different wallet and then go through the same flow again, it would fail to issue me the pass, and therefore stop me from voting or opening proposals in the DAO, whether I have a governance token or not.
Okay, so you basically use one wallet, then kind of enroll the uniqueness in the Gatekeeper network, and if you want to do that once again with another wallet, it will...
There's a cooldown period, yeah. And I have lots of ideas that I hope I will have time to implement about connecting wallets together. The idea that you have, I don't know if people know much about like decentralized identity. There's this idea of a DID, a decentralized identifier. I want to associate the uniqueness pass with that. And then you can connect wallets to that, and any one of those wallets will be good. Whether they're burner wallets or not, but you can't basically reuse the same uniqueness pass on every one of your 1,000 wallets or anything like that.
Awesome. And the main question now, I would like to know. It stopped. So, do you kind of use some kind of an open source algorithm for this, or third party for just face recognition?
Right now, it's the third party for the face recognition, and everything kind of above that is open source.
Okay, thank you very much. Once again, awesome.
Thanks.
When do we integrate? Call me.
Will do.
That's not a question.
All right. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you. So next up is DAO delegation with Noah and Sebastian, or Noah, just Noah.
Okay, yeah.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, let me.
People just put you on a list without asking, right? That's what I gather.
He's very helpful, so you just have to. Okay. Okay, hi guys. Yeah, so I've been working with Sebastian and Adrian on adding the UI for the delegation feature in Realms, and it actually got merged in 2 days ago, so you could have been using it. But it's already in. This is live on mainnet. It was already in the contract. It's just there's no UI for it. So this has been out for a bit. So you can go to your account. So I logged in with a account that had council and a community token. And then I can come here. I need to see if my key is pasted. I'll get a key. I'll paste it. And then you can select if you want to delegate just one token or both tokens to a wallet. And basically what delegating allows you to do, it gives authority to another wallet to act on your behalf. You can't, the delegated wallet can't send tokens, with like sell tokens, anything like that. It's just authority within the DAO itself. And so that means like, creating proposals and voting and commenting. So I'll see if Solana works. And then, okay, hold on. Okay, log in. Okay, approve the transaction. And I was testing this all on mainnet too, so I've been testing live for a while. If you guys saw a ton of like notifications on Dialect service on their Twitter bot, I was just testing everything, so it goes through. Okay, so it updated, and then if you don't want the wallet to vote on your behalf anymore, you can revoke it, and it updates the token owner record so that they don't have access to this anymore. And so I can come back to Gilder. I will disconnect, open up the wallet that I just delegated to. So I'll actually refresh, because I know Realms only gets the token owner records on the initial load, so that's something I probably should fix. But okay, so then what you can do is, this is a wallet that doesn't have any tokens in it, no tokens, no nothing. You can come here and select any wallet. So if I do use on wallet, it just shows you have no tokens in your wallet that you're trying to use. So I won't be able to do anything. But if I select Doggy Dog, my wallet I just had, I can basically act on that wallet's behalf. So what that means is I can see that, hey, okay, I selected Doggy Dog as the community votes. I have 75 community votes. I have 1 Gilder council vote. And then you can come here and create a proposal. So I'm creating a proposal with a wallet that doesn't have any tokens in it. So I will try to vote with a council, just give it no instructions, and I will select council. And so then I will add a proposal, approve it. And basically, like the big win about delegating is it's a safer way to interact on the internet. Basically, you know, people talk about like using their ledgers for voting, and you know, interacting, you know, to vote is it's probably always like feeling a little sketchy. You don't want to be like going to the wrong realms today and accidentally voting on something that's not, you know, not real or phishing. And so if you're interacting on the internet with this delegated wallet, you're kind of like air gapped between your tokens and your interactions with governance. And so it's a lot safer because even if your delegated wallet gets compromised, you lose whatever little soul you have in that, but they can't, you know, basically craft the instruction to withdraw your tokens, take it out and send it somewhere, right? So, you know, it can be a big win if you're just like security conscious, not just, you know, convenience wise. So, okay. So this was just created by, you know, Doggy Dog. I can even, you know, do a comment, and this would be, it'll say it is from the person who delegated, not from the wallet you currently are, because at the end of the day, like, it's not the wallet you're connected with voting, or like commenting or voting, it's the delegated wallet. So, yeah, then I can vote too, so I'll vote yes. Test. Oh, I forgot that I like had the camera behind me, and I've just been like expecting it to be on the TV. So my bad if I've gotten in the way. Yeah, so the transaction will go through, and then you know you did a council vote. And so then you know I've been working on Gilder, so I'll withdraw the vote because you can actually withdraw the vote as the delegate too if you made a mistake. So wait for that to process. And if anyone has any questions while I'm like waiting for transactions, like feel free. I can do my best to answer stuff. I'll probably, you know, get Sebastian to hop in here, but yeah.
Hi, I'm back over here. I don't know if you can hear me. So you could basically use this also to delegate authority to somebody else within a DAO. Let's say if there are several community members that have faith in one individual's ability to make decisions, you could basically delegate to them.
Yeah. So
to vote.
I'll delegate with like another account. I'll swap it to like another wallet that has some tokens, and then you can switch between. So you could have someone who, you know, maybe they're a lot more knowledgeable about this stuff, but you're still invested in the project. So you can, you know, connect, and then I'll delegate again. This is a different wallet that has tokens.
And any number of users could probably delegate to a single individual, right?
Yeah, any number of users, and right now you have to vote one at a time. But you know, I was talking to Sebastian. He brought up like we can batch the votes, similar to how NFT voting is batched, because those are each, you know, the NFT is like a single vote and it's batched together. So with this, you could vote as a bunch of users as well. So
very cool.
Yeah,
awesome.
refresh this.
Awesome work.
Oh, thanks. Go back to the Twitter wallet and so log in or connect, and then see now I have 2 members, and so I have the one 5Y, and I can use that, and I'll switch to 5Y too because that's a different amount of community tokens. So then it has, you know, 25,000, and so how this works too, I got this working in Gilder as well, so I'll refresh. So I'll reload. Okay. Yeah, so I got this working in Gilder too. So where the Twitter wallet, that wallet is a wallet I made through Web3 auth. So like I'll show, like I'll log in actually with Twitter. Oh no. I forgot. I have to waitlist URLs, and I don't have URLs. Okay, so I can't show the voting because I logged out of this one. I can show it on my phone because that's like it's like a I'll show it to you. If you want to see it on my phone, I can show you how to vote on the phone. But I have whitelist rules so no one like takes my BI key and is like going from trying to do stuff from elsewhere. Oh yeah. Good. I keep forgetting that I'm not online. Okay. So look, I got a notification. Okay, got a notification. We'll see if everything works live. So, so you got a notification. I created the proposal. It takes you to the details. You click vote, and this is a council vote. So I click one of them. I need to improve the UI so that you can actually see which ones you already voted with. But then you hit approve. Oh no, I already cast a vote with that one. Okay, their handling is not that great. I'll vote with the other one. Like stressed. Oh, zoom out. Okay. Well, hey, there you go. Vote on the proposal. So then you vote. It updates on the proposals. Updates on the actual proposal on Realms today, because it's the same data, and then voted from your phone, voted with a delegate. It's usually pretty quick, depending on the day. I always have to check Solana Explorer in case I broke something. But yeah, so that's delegation, and if you guys have any questions, I'd love to answer or try to answer.
Awesome, really nicely done, Noah. So usually, with a lot of this stuff, I sort of approach it from the standpoint of potential for spam and abuse. So 2 questions. First question is, does the person, I think the answer to this is no, does the person who I delegate my tokens to vote on my behalf, do they have to also have tokens in that DAO to be able to vote in that DAO? Or can I delegate my tokens to someone who's not in that DAO and suddenly can they vote in the DAO?
Yeah. So that wallet I voted to is like a fresh wallet, no governance tokens, nothing. So you can use any burner wallet. It doesn't have to be even related to the DAO at all. That can be like your own personal wallet, or like, again, like just someone who you're like trusted. Maybe it's like a technical proposal and you're like, hey, can you like figure out what to do with this and vote for me? Like,
so say a DAO wanted to prohibit delegation. Say a DAO says, hey, we only want our true community members to be able to vote on our proposals and take action. I assume there's not a way to do that today, but if we wanted to build that in, is that feasible within the way you've built this out?
That's for Sebastian. Okay.
Cool. Thank you.
What if you disagree with the vote of your delegate?
Well, then you can revoke the access to be like, you're not voting for me anymore, and then withdraw your vote and vote the way you want. So, yeah. Cool.
This is an extension to my earlier question, but I really like the use case of delegation to air protect your ledger from your hot wallet. This might be another Sebastian question, but is there a way for like DAOs to enable and maybe we need Civic for this, but DAOs to enable delegation to yourself within a community, but not to potentially another user?
So I guess the question is, how do we know that the other wallet is yours, right? So that will be the first problem we will have to solve. And I think that, can we do that? Yeah. Okay, so the answer is yes, can do it.
Pretty simple question. Do you have any docs written up that talks about all this stuff?
No, I think there are a lot of docs that need to be written.
Cool. I think it'll help DAOs get up to speed with using these features.
Yeah, for sure. Nice.
All good? Okay, thank you very much. My question is, what isn't the Sebastian question? Next up, Streamflow in Malaysia. Big applause, please. And a lot of questions. You liked him yesterday, so we brought him today again. Okay. Take a seat, my man.
Whoa, my screen is dirty. Yeah, all my dirty secret. So for all of you that were not on our presentation yesterday, I'm sorry, but you'll have to hear about Streamflow and learn about us. Like yesterday, I was telling like what Streamflow is, what we do, and how are we leveraging this streaming token primitive. And was talking about different use cases like token vesting, payroll, pay per parking, rent, streaming content, etc. But one of the use cases is grants, actually. Yeah, and we're gonna demo what we've been working on in the last 10 days. So we are integrating Streamflow into Realms UI. Specifically, like one of the major requests for that was we want to enable Serum to distribute their grants through Realms UI. But I'm sure we make it in such a generic way that others can make use of it as well. So without further ado, I'm going to show a quick 2.5-minute video to what it is, and it should be pretty intuitive there. So you create a proposal just like any other proposal. Yeah, okay, sorry. And we added our custom instruction here. So you just select who pays, who is the grant recipient. You select token account. This is a subset of configurable parameters that you can choose, but we wanted to make it really straightforward and simple and not add all the complexities and features there are. So you choose amount of tokens, and I'm pretty sure that these labels can be more more explanatory. You choose a frequency, how often is this released? This is in seconds, but imagine there are, this for the purposes of the demo, just imagine a drop down every week, every month, every day, whatever, and which amount is actually released per that period. And if there is any cliff out there, then you set it. And from that point on, it's as any different proposal. It's created. It's voted. And there's a nice overview of what's. So here is I skipped the voting part, but there's like a simple and nice overview, like what is going on there, like what's those parameters that you set, and also you can afterwards you'll just yeah, so after the proposal has passed, you can obviously execute it, and then here's the fun part where you can actually track, see the progress in real time, and you can cancel and in future pause, resume the stream directly from this interface. Yeah, so that's basically it, short and sweet. Now, now we should have a 25-minute Q&A section. Yep, Sebastian?
Who has the authority to cancel the stream?
It's a proposal. You create a new proposal.
Okay, and how does it work when we allow you transfer the full amount for the stream to the Streamflow contract, or
to the escrow account?
Escrow account, okay.
Intermediary escrow account.
Okay, cool.
I think we don't have any swag today. That's why people are not asking questions.
We did it all yesterday, my man. We did it all yesterday.
Damn.
Late afternoon.
Yeah.
So we good? Okay, thank you very much. Next up, Patrick from Lighthouse. Next up, Patrick from Lighthouse.
So I'm going to do a demo, but before I start, I have a couple of questions for you guys. Well, one question. When I say reputation in Web3, what does that mean to you? Like if you had to decide what reputation was in your DAO, how would you think about it? On-chain actions that show you've contributed. Okay. Identity? Okay. Anyone else? So you're not a dick in the chats. Okay, cool. What's interesting about reputation is that it has so many different flavors. It really depends on what DAO you're in and how a DAO wants to value contributions. So what we've done is we've built a protocol that lets any DAO interpret reputation however it wants to. So I'll show you what we've been working on. It's a bit wonky still, so bear with me. So with Lighthouse, what we let you do is issue what we call non-transferable tokens. This is very different than the tokens that we've been playing with up until now. It's a new concept, and we're kind of very excited to bring it here. Let me just turn off this thing real quick. Okay. So when you want to create your reputation system on Lighthouse, you come to this page, app.lighthouse.xyz. You can enter a name, so I'll write BananaDAO. It creates a domain for me, so bananadao.lighthouse.xyz, and I can customize this too. I can change it, banana, whatever. We originally built this on Gnosis Chain, so what we've been doing during the hackathon, the Hacker House, is porting it from Gnosis Chain to Solana, and this has, it's quite difficult, but we've managed to do most of it. We can also add a ticker for the token that we're going to issue. So here it's NT BananaDAO. That just means non-transferable banana. Click next. My wallet's already connected, but let's go like change it if it works. Okay, well. Okay, and then the first thing I get to do is I get to test the system. So I'm going to send tokens to myself. I'm going to send 100 tokens. Put like attended AthensDAO. And then I can also, so the reason is basically why I'm getting these tokens. So this is totally subjective. Anyone can, in the system, submit a claim or get issued new tokens for whatever reason. And then we can tag the transaction so that later, if we want to query the source of reputation, we're able to basically segment reputation by source. So I'll put like, I don't know, community, and then finish. So the contracts are working right now, and they're going to issue me some tokens. So I got the tokens. Normally I should see them in my wallet. Okay, I don't know. There should be new tokens coming. There we go. Well, these are old tokens I sent to myself. We're having a little bit of trouble integrating the token send into the app. But to give you an idea, this is something we did earlier. So this is a transaction from SolScan that shows that I received 100 tokens in my wallet. So it goes a little bit further than that. I can connect my wallet to an admin panel. So I'm going to go to this one. And I come here and I get to the dashboard. So the dashboard kind of looks like a CRM. Basically, all of the wallet addresses to which I've sent tokens will appear here. And I can see the score. So the score is the number of points that this person has gotten. The rank, which is amongst all people, how does this person rank? And also a percentile, because if we're just looking at raw like points, it doesn't really mean anything. So we need to give it some sort of a relative nature. And then we have tags, so I can filter and drill down by tags. And as each wallet accumulates more reputation, for different tags, we'll see like 2 community or 3 marketing, something like that. So we can drill down and see where the source of reputation is. People can also submit claims for reputation here. So this won't work, but I can add my wallet and say, I just did something cool. I want 150 tokens for this. I can see, it doesn't work either, but I can see the impact of receiving this number of tokens on my score and on my rank, so that as someone who's trying to claim tokens, I get an idea of how much this is going to influence my reputation in the DAO. Click next, and then I have the ability to also add more tags and a reason. This is what we call an attestation. So the attestation is basically the core of reputation. The tokens actually don't really matter. In fact, we're going to build it so that you don't even need to issue tokens, because some people don't want to hold reputation tokens in their wallet. It signals more widely what your relationship is to a community, and that's not necessarily what all DAOs want. So you'll have the option of issuing a token. And you can just like log attestations and drill down into that later if you want to. So when I go into my admin panel, I have this tab called Approvals, and I can see claims for reputation that have already been made. And when I click on one, I can see the one I just submitted. So anyone who's what we call a steward of the DAO, or someone who's basically whitelisted to manage reputation, will be able to approve these claims. And we're speaking with Stepan from Squads about integrating a multi-sig to manage reputation in a more decentralized way, so that maybe you want 1 or 2 people to approve a claim rather than have it be fully centralized. So I'm going to approve the claim and refresh. You can see that it left the approvals. And if I go to the dashboard, there's one more line. So like you can see, the UI uses the same wallet address for all the claims that I've done or that have been done in this DAO. You know, once the UI is a little bit more polished, it'll represent the unique wallets and their total scores. Stewards is what I just mentioned, so we can add different wallets here that can manage the reputation system. And then in settings, if you want on this claims page, where is it? Here, you can customize it to make it, you know, look like it's your DAO's page. So we're trying to kind of be more of like a white label product that people can just deploy as their own product. And then the last thing, which is, in my opinion, the coolest, is we have an API, so you can issue what we call objective reputation. So if someone's like interacting with a smart contract or a dApp or something like that, you can trigger reputation issuance just by these actions that are happening either on-chain or off-chain. And then you can create the logic to calculate the number of tokens that should be issued based on any given action. And then we're also going to work with some integration. So we're building on Ethereum, like EVM-compatible chains like Gnosis, but also Solana. So if you want to couple this with some sort of identity verification, you can do it, for example, with Civic, or you can do it with Grape, or whatever identity verification system you want. And then the other cool thing is that reputation systems already exist, largely in Ethereum, but on Solana we're starting to see a few just kind of begin to pop up. So Lighthouse will hopefully be the way that we aggregate reputation from multiple sources, whether we're generating reputation from our DAO or our dApp, or we're using a third party for siloed reputation. So on Ethereum, it'd be like Coordinate and SourceCred and that kind of stuff. And then you can build applications on top of Lighthouse. So if you want a leaderboard, or you want to have NFTs that represent levels based on scores, or even an NFT that evolves every time you get new reputation, you can do all of that based on the point system that we're building. So that's Lighthouse in a nutshell. Questions?
Hi, man. I love it. It's the future. It's really cool. I have 2 short questions that might have long answers. The first one is, have you been following, do you have opinions on the soulbound token plans on Ethereum? And the second is, I wondered if you could go in more detail into what you were talking about reputation without issuing a token. How is it still discoverable on chain in that case, and how you plan to do that? Thanks.
Sure, so I'll take the first question around soulbound tokens. So that paper is really interesting. I was not expecting that it came out around the same time that we were building this. The way that Vitalik and his peers that wrote that paper refer to soulbound tokens is as NFTs that live permanently on a soul. So we kind of interpreted that differently. It's not, we don't see soulbound tokens as purely NFTs. They're just non-transferable tokens, and NFTs can be one variant of soulbound tokens. The other thing is that it's kind of restrictive, the definition that he applies to soulbound tokens, in the sense that you can't move them from one wallet to another. We don't necessarily share that opinion. So, for example, if you lose your wallet or you get rugged or hacked or whatever, in our opinion, you should be able to move your tokens to a new wallet so that you maintain your reputation within the system. The way that we're going to do that is that you'll be able to approach the DAO that issued you the tokens, lobby them to burn the tokens on your wallet and reissue them on a new wallet. And then for the second question, which was? Yeah. Okay, so anytime that reputation is issued, it's stored on, right now it's stored in a central database. We're gonna move it onto, hopefully Shadow for Solana. So you'll be able to query reputation regardless of whether or not the token exists, and you'll be able to segment it however you want. And the hash of the record that's stored in the database will live on chain. Any other questions? Okay, I want to shout out to my team who's not here. They've been working like super hard the past week, so they're watching, so thank you.
Thank you very much. Next is Dan Maiden with Realms landing page.
Great. Hey everybody, I'm Dan with Realms. I work a lot with Sebastian and Iman, and a little bit with Andrea now. And we just wanted to, we've been working very hard in the background, paired with Sebastian, to try and work out the messaging of Realms and SBL governance and how we can present those two entities in a way that explains what Realms is, what Realms can do, why it's valuable to the ecosystem. Trying to drill into, the key, the key, selling points of Realms in general. And also, we have Realms.today, which is essentially just a bunch of tiles that link to DAO landing pages. We need to build this out into a something more of a product. And that's where we started, building out a landing page that explains what Realms is and why it's valuable. And also, we've started on the product side, making Realms into something more usable for more people. And one of the challenges has been identifying who the user is, or what user archetypes we target right away, right out the gates. We started thinking about, like, is this for normies? And over the course of a couple months, we've decided, our target right now is everyone in this room and the extended family of everyone in this room. And eventually, once we have documentation built out, once we have, a journey that we all go on and really figure out the value of DAOs and where, directionally this is going. Then we're going to start opening up the user journeys and thinking about how we can scale this to a larger audience and eventually to normies, like people like me, that I represent the normies, and then I have to dig into Sebastian's brain to get where you guys are, and to be able to design the different product experiences within Realms in a way that makes sense for you guys. So the landing page, the messaging, how we speak to all of you is really from Iman's brain, which is, of course, inspired by Sebastian's work. So tools, we're building tools to help you guys, the community, thrive on Solana. We want to allow users to just enter into the app, which is what Realms.today is now. We're working on what that home screen experience should be and can be, what we can tackle right away versus what we can tackle in 6 months and a year. We want to outline, some of the key statistics, and we want to highlight some of the most valuable DAOs, and we want to show people like we have integrations, and this is important. It's a key area that we need our ecosystem to focus on. You know, the key unique selling points for using Realms, and then the actual types of DAOs that you can create on Realms. So, you know, multi-sig, NFT community DAO, tokenized DAO, and then a way to drill into those and start creating those DAOs immediately. And then kind of like step-by-step, very high level of like, you know, what you can do with DAOs. So choosing a governance structure, inviting and coordinating members, and also trying to highlight some of the integrations right on the homepage. Engage with proposals, funding and allocating the Treasury, and again, highlighting integrations. And there's more and more coming. There's more after this demo day that we're learning about. Notifications, analytics, ensuring that people understand this is powered by SBL governance. And then going into what we wanted to really do, like, I'm a designer. I didn't mention that. I'm a product designer at Solana Labs. As we build this out, we want this to feel like a premium product, and so we've invested a lot of time in rethinking the UX of everything and how this can really sing, to be very clear for users. And also, we want this to feel premium. So we've put a lot of emphasis on the visual structure, how we tell the story and present the messaging of Realms, but also, you know, the visuals and the actual interface and where that can take us. We want you guys and everyone to feel proud of Realms and the product we're creating together. So one example is, you know, creating an NFT community DAO. Right now, it's very basic. It's a little esoteric. So when you create, we're working on this upstairs with Jonathan, one of our developers, and Corinne. This is actually in development right now. Hopefully, we'll get it out next week. But we want to just turn this on its head and make this more exciting, more premium. We want to walk in a step-by-step manner, walk users through this creation flow. And by extension, the entire Realms experience will have this kind of layer of visual appeal and messaging that is much more user-friendly and clearer as we start targeting more and more normies and the non, like, 1% experts of DAO usage. So, you know, this used to be a perfect click-through prototype. Like, it just sang, and then we started iterating, and just everything, you know, I had to start working quickly. So I no longer have, like, the rollovers and the hovers and everything, but it will in, like, less than a week. So it's progressive. You can go through to step by step. We try and separate all the information in digestible sections. So, you know, adding a collection, you can add via a URL or an address, or you can add a collection by opening up a modal and seeing what's in your collection, or what's in your wallet. And so I have 3 Degen Apes, I have a Mini Royale NFT, and we can show a preview of those, and you can just select a collection straight from your wallet, and you can choose that, and blah, blah, it adds. And, you know, you see a preview here, there's, you know, a bunch of details, blah, blah, blah. You can, I know I'm trying to go faster now, so. You can see feedback, you know, with, you know, it's hard to estimate ideal approval quorum. It's easier for multi-sigs and even for tokenized DAOs to provide, like, a little bit of math to estimate what it is. But we want to give a little feedback on, you know, best practice for assigning approval quorums. Then you can, you know, you can either skip or add a council. And so if you want to add a council, ooh, that didn't work. Anyway, you can add wallet addresses. This is all just new UI that will present the functionality in a more digestible, more polished manner. So this is a summary that actually goes to the wrong summary. But like I said, it's a work in progress, and everything used to sing, and now it's a little off tune. So yeah, that's the upcoming Realms, the start of a new journey for Realms.
Questions?
So I think the analytics piece is going to be super important. I was curious, like even now, you guys being so close with the product, like has there been, like what are the current stats of growth within DAOs on Realms now and membership?
Sebastian, you want the mic? Iman?
Yeah, so Realms is kind of, I've talked a lot this week about awareness building. We really haven't done much around awareness, and what's been great is seeing it organically grow. So around membership, around number of DAOs, we've seen that pretty consistently grow by about 20-25% month over month. One of the big additions for us that I talked about on Monday was adding support for NFT community DAOs. And we've been sort of manually onboarding 1 or 2 DAOs. So I think we have like 5 or 10 total now, but some of the bigger ones. And even just, onboarding pandas. So we track total number of members who've taken a governance action, right? And I think, I'm gonna get the exact numbers wrong, but prior to onboarding pandas, we had about 4,000 total members who'd taken some governance action across all of the DAOs on Realms. After onboarding pandas, that 4,000 jumped to 6,000, right, from one community. And so I think it speaks to the power of these new DAO types and bringing some of those communities into the DAO ecosystem.
So Realms right now already has a lot of like features like the proposal creation page, like the comments sort of section. Are you planning on redesigning all of those and doing one big release? Or are you planning on doing like incremental stages? Because there's a lot of UI in Realms already.
There's a ton of UI in Realms, and that's definitely a challenge. And I think that's one of the reasons, like, figuring that out and having the plan of attack for that has been a little bit tricky. But I think we're ready to go, or almost ready to go with, having a new landing page that's more on the marketing side, and then on the product side, it's going to be very like step by step. Like the creation flows will be first, and then we have kind of a product development roadmap of new areas that we want to focus on, and everything is like. We're going to try our best for it to not feel like completely disconnected. Like you have this creation flow that looks one way, and then everything else that looks completely different. There's some work we're doing to at least get it a little closer to one-to-one or like looking like the same family. But there's going to be a lot, especially in the beginning of this update. It's going to be imperfect. Yeah, it's not going to be all like everything in Realms is going to just flip in one overnight switch.
Cool.
One thing to also add to that is, when we approached what to redesign first, like for us, having a landing page was kind of table stakes, right? There's sort of nothing there advertising the product. Creation flow, we felt like, hey, this is something that DAO creators interact with one time. It's sort of very behind the dimes. I like Dan's usage of the word esoteric. For the rest of Realms, though, like the whole proposal UI, treasury management, that's stuff that everyone in this room is interacting with, every day, every week. And so we want to be much more careful with those surface areas. Like Dan said, we don't want to redesign all of that all at once. And also keeping in mind the notion that Dan was describing around, Realms is really being used by expert users today, and that will probably be the case for at least the next few months. And so for us, the much bigger piece is enhancing the usability. When you open the proposal window, you see just a long stream of different proposals you can make. They're not batched together. It's really hard for DAO managers today to navigate that. And it's much more making those usability fixes than it is like making it all one pretty redesigned version of Realms that any normie could use.
I'd like to emphasize, yes, it's not just about like a visual treatment and a visual overhaul. It is all about functionality and having purpose to all these things. I had a follow up to what you said, but I forgot what it was. Maybe I'll think. Oh no, what it was is I've been conducting user interviews. We've kind of from this, like Constitution DAO, Krauss House, some Ethereum DAOs, understanding, trying to get into their heads about what they're doing, and then mostly from the Realms ecosystem. I would love, you guys can find my Telegram, or it's Matt and Dan, but if you have some things to say about Realm, some ideas or opinions, huh? No. I want pain. Where is the pain? Because the whole point of designing these things from a UX, UI perspective is to improve things and to make things functionally more bearable. We don't want to just design something to make it look nice and interesting. We want it to be to alleviate pain and to streamline everyone's process. At Madden Dan on Telegram or, yeah.
Shilling.
Do you have any limits on what you will be designing and maybe what you're going to let the community maybe think out to design themselves or to implement themselves? And are the UX, UI components going to be also composable and maybe pluggable? Because that's an interesting take, and I'll get a nice example. We work very closely now with the folks at Dialect, and they've done a fantastic job with what you could plug in.
Yep.
And it's going to be nice if also governance does it for those communities that don't understand much about plugging in stuff. And they just drop in, let's say, an iframe, or they plug in a repo.
It's, we are thinking about that approach. So both of those, which is, how much does the ecosystem develop realms and certain parts of it, and the integrations part, like for example with Dialect and Notify, well, Iman, do you want to take this one? Yeah.
Yeah, so I think on the UI piece, that's definitely something that's on our roadmap for us, giving folks the ability to plug and play different components of Realms within their own website is going to be really important, especially as we have more and more protocol DAOs who want to have their whole governance hosted on their own site. They want to make it customizable. So that's definitely something that we want to do. It's just a question of slotting it into the queue sprint-wise. Yeah, so I guess around integrations, integrations are a huge piece for us at Realms. Like Dan showed, we have 10 plus integrations. And this is, going back to your question, I think this is where we're looking to develop alongside the community, which is, what is the best way to surface these integrations within the product, right? Do we have one centralized dedicated app store like the Apple App Store where you kind of plug and play the different things you want within your DAO? Are they surfaced more contextually? So when you go to your Treasury section, you have the Treasury integrations. When you go to your notification section, you have the different notification integrations. And then finally, how do we onboard these integrations in a thoughtful manner? So what does it take for an integration to sort of integrate with Realms? What are the steps that the developer has to go to, and how do we make that as easy as possible? And with that, that's where the plug-and-play UI comes in as well. So for someone who's sort of hosting their own version of Realms, their own governance on their own site, how can they both plug and play the UI elements, but also the integrations that they want to operate their DAO in the most effective manner? So that's kind of what we see as the future and what we're trying to skate toward as quickly as possible.
Thank you very much. Next up, Dean Machine.
What an amazing demo day. I just can't wait to play with all these new toys, especially, I'm not gonna pick favorites now, it's impossible. Choosing favorites from all the children. wow, I mean, one thing I know for sure is when we all get together, we build, right? Like, all of these things didn't exist. It's a completely new world of realms tomorrow. Like, I feel like we're starting from a whole new place. One of the things I wanted to discuss before we kind of wrap it up and is to think about the AthensDAO concept. How can we make this enduring? How can we do this again? What would the AthensDAO do? So the first thing is I'm going to be collecting wallets. We have the sign-ins. So as long as somebody got a bracelet, you'll be able to share your wallet if you already haven't with me. So we'll figure that out in the next 2 days or something. We've already made an NFT. So what's going to happen is everybody will receive that NFT, and then we're going to use that NFT as the way to create the DAO. So I wrote down a few ideas for what the DAO could possibly do. Just want to share them. Maybe we can have some other ideas to add to the list and then figure it out over the next few weeks. For sure, we're going to be a participant in the new Red Realms ecosystem DAO. And what that means is everybody that was here by virtue of being here, you'll be one of the voices of our community saying which bounties we want to see happen. And I think that's a pretty big deal on its own. As I said, I think we need to figure out a way for our DAO to allow the creation of more Athens, make this either an annual event or maybe an online thing. I don't know, but I think that should be one of our goals. I'm trying to remember which talk it was, but it was you that made the comment about the political scientists, that we need to expand the view of people we're reaching out and including in what we're doing here. So I think that's another thing we could look at. I know I've discussed this a lot with you, Alex, about working with academia and seeing how we can expand there, because there is no point in reinventing the wheel if a lot of this has already been figured out. On the diversity panel, I really understood how language, for me, the language barrier is one of the biggest issues. I'm not so, I think organically, some of the gender stuff is a little harder for us to solve. STEM is really the issue there. It's not Solana DAOs that are going to be able to solve that. But on the diversity side, I think it's important for us to figure out how we can work with other cultures and other languages to get support to translate things. I mean, Realms right now is only in English, and what little documentation we've been able to put together is only in English. So we really need to figure that out too. I think that's something that AthensDAO can contribute. Content, maybe there can be a weekly newsletter that we put together of all the different new improvements, what different DAOs are doing. I called it a weekly newsletter, and I did it, 4 weeks ago the first time? So it's really hard to maintain something like a weekly newsletter. That could be another responsibility or something AthensDAO handles. And then finally, DAO and NFT collection verification. That's another area that isn't talked a lot about, where we need to be able to protect the ecosystem by saying, this is the real DAO, this is the real NFT, this is the real instruction. So that's another idea for AthensDAO. Does anybody else have some ideas on what we could do with this DAO that's built of the people that are here?
In addition to diversity, you say, language, but also inclusion. Sebastian and myself started something called the Church of Soul. Maybe we can expand it more from the borders of London, and you help us. Basically, the idea is to have workshops on weekends and tell people about Solana in general.
Absolutely, that's a great idea. And are those virtual, or are those in London, come into the space?
So far, they haven't existed. But there's going to be for real, yes, in person.
Okay, I think that's another great mission for us. Patrick, behind you. The Orthodox, yeah.
On the diversity front, I think it could be really interesting to get people that aren't necessarily aware of Web3, that come from other fields, to contribute what they know from other fields. For example, our community manager is a doctor, a physicist, and she just became our community manager because she was super interested in Web3. And I think that there's lots of people out there that come from different backgrounds that don't know about this space, that could contribute in ways that are familiar to them or not. And I think it might be interesting to bring like scientists in, or public service workers, or people that don't have proximity to technology necessarily, and build for them, kind of in the UX design spirit, you know?
Yeah, and it reminds me that, you know, in the beginning, we had figured out that there was just so many awesome things to talk about, and we were trying to force it into 4 days. And that's where it was like, why are we waiting to do this annually? So maybe it also connects to this, where, you know, there's some sort of ecosystem where maybe it's bi-weekly, maybe it's monthly, where we're, you know, trying to include people who are outside of the space. We focus on updating people on the new things that are happening. Maybe we can do a recap on the bounties that we're focused on. Yeah, these are all great ideas. And yeah, I can't wait till everybody sees their NFT and is part of AthensDAO. We knew that we had organized something that was special, but it's really you guys that have made it.
Yeah, I also think that what you, Jose, and Sam were talking about, the legal aspect, and this is what Sam was talking, that if we don't do that, they will do that for us, right? So I think that also can be objective of AthensDAO, to try to shape the legal structure on DAOs, which I think is really important, right?
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely, and it's for free.
So this could be either part of a content series, or, you know, maybe it becomes something that we try to, you know, touch base on like once a month, or, and then I think the way we make it an enduring activity is either, you know, contributions from other DAOs, or we'll put together a foundation grant or something like that, you know. That way it's...
Yeah, what I was going to say is it'd be cool, you know, quarterly might be too much for some people in person. I would love to do quarterly in person, but it'd be cool if at each AthensDAO quarterly, or whatever the time frame cadence is to say, hey, here are the things we're looking to accomplish by the next AthensDAO. You know, set those things up, actually tangible goals, cost them out, that we as an ecosystem can do together, and then come meet up, check in on those goals, define the goals for the next AthensDAO, and just have this sort of cadence of ecosystem development together, whether it's around things like language or legal or whatever is important to us as a collective.
Yeah, and I just realized that if we do like continue it in this fashion, we create a new NFT as part of the collection, and then if you came to both of them, you have, you know, 2 times the voting power. Yeah, there's interesting ways to make this enduring and then continue. Yeah, curve to the moon. Originally, I wanted to call this all-time high DAO, but unfortunately, that didn't work out.
Building on top of the idea of, well, the legal stuff and that, why don't we also create a directory? You said yesterday about the color of money. Why don't we say, well, this is our interest, this is what we are good at, because maybe doesn't need to be yearly, weekly, monthly. If we're working on something, we will read the directory and say, well, these guys know what we need, and these other guys maybe don't know, but they are interested, and we create a little group. Hey, we're gonna talk about this, we're gonna talk about that. Are you interested of assembling the first committee or the first group that is gonna tackle that problem, either because you're good at, or either because you're interested and you will at least spend time and invest your time and your efforts to understand this?
Yeah, what I would like is maybe to put that onto the SPL governance Discord, where, you know, we can have it again as a responsibility of the AthensDAO, but ultimately have it live in SPL governance. That way, you know, as people are coming in, the first place they can also have a directory of, you know, you're interested in learning more about delegation, speak to Noah. You're learning, you know, you want to join Grape, speak to Jared. So I think that that could be an interesting way. That way, next time we have a question of which is the one link you give, we say, hey, you give the Discord link, and then it becomes, you know, the... Yeah, I like this as a responsibility set because it also frees you up from having to answer every single person on Discord. So, you know, if
That's the #1 thing we as a community can do, unlock the most value, is free up Sebastian's time.
Up Sebastian's time. Okay. Well, I guess we're concluding AthensDAO. As I said before, you know, we knew we had built something special, but really it was you that made it happen. Every single person that I've talked to was commenting on, it was the people here, right? The conversations that we were having, the feeling, the flow. It's, you know, certain structures help, but it's ultimately the people within the system that make the magic. So thank you guys, and looking forward to the next one.
And huge thank you to Dean as well. This was your idea. This wouldn't have been possible without you. So thank you so much to you and the team.
And also, big thank you to Vasilis. Big thank you to Dimitris, wherever Dimitris is, to Chris, and to Esmeralda, of course. And thank you, Innovathens.
Also, there's a lot of merch left, so you guys go ahead. Also, Squad's merch is here, and it's amazing.
Also,
Yeah, go ahead.
In the Telegram, we've also talked about some of the side events. Check it out. If you're staying beyond today, there's things happening tomorrow. There's things happening the day after. Just, you know, everybody in the Telegram, you'll get all the information there.
I'm gonna cry.
you.